racing. Ooh, very tight beginnings for Laws of Man and Midnight Royal. The two checked first, then Midnight Royal went all the way back to last. Meanwhile, Win Trip from the outside avoided all of the consternation and crosses over with a one-length lead. Alcazaba, the Irish, is next. Laws of Man recovers from the tough start to make it 3 astern. Approaching the turn, Color Me Legendary behind said trio. After that, we have Midnight Royal out of last and 7 lengths from it, and Kapala's at the rear. Off the far turn they go. Win Trip keeping the head in front of Alcazaba, who's pesky at 4-1. Laws of Man, 3 out of it, 7 clear from Midnight Royal, Color Me Legendary, and nothing from Kapala. And they're coming home now on the John Deere dirt. Inside Win Trip, between them Alcazaba. Laws of Man trying to overcome the tardy start and run down Win Trip. It is Win Trip saying no to everybody and turning them all away. It is Win Trip taking them gate to wire. And they're racing. Popped is one in the Vic Myers. Street Warrior pops out sweetly, and so does Frosty View. The Burnt Runners go 1-2 early with Mach 2 between them. After that, we come back to General Battle Axe to the inside of Superstar Swank, and LAV and Frosty View put the pedal to the metal and open up 1.5 on the stablemate Street Warrior. After that, Mach 2, General Battle Axe 6 out of it, and to the inside of Superstar Swank, who's 6.5 from the front. Off the far turn they go. Frosty View 1, Street Warrior 2nd, cutting into the margin, 5 lengths clear from General Battle Axe. Superstar Swank's on the move, and they come to the top of the stretch, and Street Warrior challenges his stablemate Frosty View and blows right by. Street Warrior opens up 3. After that, General Battle Axe, Superstar Swank on the outside. Frosty View still in 2nd. Mach 2 is back in last, but they are chasing after the wind. It is Street Warrior and Eddie G, the Vic Myers champions. And they're racing. Mr. Muldoon comes out very, very fast. Mr. Muldoon is that one with good speed. Just Plain Henri is next to the outside, then Jupiter Mission. Time Muse is between them, 2 lengths out of it. Behind them, Outlaw Run, saving ground around the turn, very keen to go. Outlaw Run now up on the inside of Jupiter Mission and taking 2nd. Behind Mr. Muldoon, who leads by 2. Then we come back to Britt Blitz, about 7 out of it, and to the inside of Freezem, the white horse, and last is Mission Key. Number 1 is number 1 in race 3. It's Mr. Muldoon striding along, leading it by 2. Outlaw Run right behind that, 5 clear from Britt Blitz. Outside of that, Just Plain Henri running away from Jupiter Mission. Time Muse has gone back to last, passed by Mission Key. 12 covers them off the far turn, and the hot favorite, Mr. Muldoon, trying to make them say Uncle. Outlaw Run watching the tearaway leader, Mr. Muldoon, from now 5 out of it as Mr. Muldoon runs away and hides by 5. Brit Blitz is next, attempting to take second, then Mission Key from last. Into the final furlong, Mr. Muldoon from Brit Blitz and Outlaw Run, but Mr. Muldoon wants to say bye-bye and takes them wire to wire. Over. And they're racing. Perfect start in the turf distaff, and a perfect start for She's My Warrior at 22-1, the longest shot in the field. Immediately goes in hand and in command. It is She's My Warrior speeding up and leading it by 1. In second, Scent of Success to the inside of Lock It Down. Midnight Current very much in touch with the field, 3 lengths from the lead. That's the 1 to the inside under a very tight pull. A length and a half after that, Let's Skedaddle. And Let's Skedaddle is 6 lengths from the lead. After that, we come back to Retired Kathy beginning to advance, and Gypsy Reward is just 6 out of it. Into the far turn, and still on the lead, She's My Warrior, pressured by Scent of Success. Midnight Current sequestered. She's in a tricky spot right now. Let's Skedaddle's to her outside. Lock It Down likewise. After that, we have Retired Kathy making a big move on the outside. Retired Kathy on the move to the outside of Gypsy Reward, and they're all still chasing this long shot. And at 25-1, it's She's My Warrior. She's My Warrior, Retired Kathy firing between them. Scent of Success. Now the big mare has room on the inside if good enough. It's Midnight Current, and here she comes. Midnight Current. Outside of that, Let's Skedaddle. They used to share a home, but not tonight. Midnight Current's home is the winner's circle. And they're racing, and 4 popped as 1. And Honorable Mischief won the start and strides away from the heavy favorite by 2. Call 'Em All is showing speed, and there's Extreme Diva. Extreme Diva, the Northern Lights debutante champion last year, 3 lengths from the lead with a half-mile to go. Minnesota Rose is far out of it into the far turn with 3.5 to travel, and the lead belongs to Honorable Mischief. Call 'Em All is next. Gallardo looking for 3 wins, takes Extreme Diva just to the outside of Honorable Mischief, and in fact is being pushed on. Still about 2.5 lengths from the lead, far clear from Minnesota Rose. Round about the quarter pole, and we have a 2-headed battle as they head for home. Call 'Em All trying to put away Honorable Mischief. Extreme Diva now back near the rail and is scooting through to the inside of Honorable Mischief, trying to run down the stablemate, and is doing a great job. Holy cow, what a turn of speed by Extreme Diva in 5 strides, and she is the Francis Genter champion. 3 for Eddie G. Racing, perfect start. Hap Hot at 12-1, hot out of the gate in search of the lead. The Alligator Hunter in the queue, also prominent likewise for Silver Dash, 3 wide. And said trio is picking up the tempo around the turn. Hap Hot does not want company, opens up by 1.5. After that, Sir Sterling about 8 lengths out of it, overtaken by Kurt's Choice, who goes flying from 5th up to 3rd on the inside. Angels Magic in the new colors, 7 lengths out of it. After that, we have Half Brother in the turf debut. Half Brother about 8 out of it, right behind Sir Sterling. And then we come to Zavy Dave. The defending champion is creeping into the inside of Half Brother, and they're both about 9-10 lengths out of it. The Alligator Hunter moves on Hap Hot. Hap Hot the inside, the Alligator Hunter the outside, and they're 5 clear from Kurt's Choice. Angels Magic is taking 3rd. Zavy Dave to the inside of Silver Dash, and Zavy Dave is beginning to run on very fast. After that, Half Brother not doing much to the outside of Sir Sterling, and now they come charging down the turf course, and Hap Hot at 9-1 has regained the lead. The Alligator Hunter's right there, but none of that's going to matter. Here comes Zavy Dave to blow by both of them. Zavy Dave, the defending champion, crushes in the Strangus. Let's honor Mr. Dale. And they're racing. Unrivaled Queen, unrivaled at the break, pokes the head in front with a very fast start. Likewise for Savona, and Thunder's Rock and Roll made the start this evening. Thunder's Rock and Roll on the 3 wide side, and the pace is super hot. After that, Pepper Mill, 5 lengths out of it, make it 4. Overtaken by Cupid's Crush, who's on the move. About 4 lengths clear from Messina. The one in last is Tour Queen, and last by 10. Off the far turn they go. Thunder's Rock and Roll rolls up alongside Savona. Here comes Cupid's Crush with a rush on the 3 wide side, and behind them we have Tour Queen. Check that behind them, Unrivaled Queen. Up goes Cupid's Crush inside Savona. Between them, continuing to battle on gamely is Thunder's Rock and Roll, but left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Cupid's Crush, and that's a high 5 for trainer Mac Robertson, his 5th win tonight. For a nickel. And they're racing. Run, Bambi, run came out of the gate very speedily. So did Fire and Spice to the inside, and Starlit Cole has really good early speed. Right behind them, Perfect Moon purring along 3 lengths from the front. Run, Bambi, run outside of that. Then we come to Pat's Gal, and Dixie Girl 2 is 9 lengths from it at 14-1. Into the far turn they go. Race 8 CBY and the Hot Jock and Fire and Spice have pulled clear by nearly 1. In second, Starlit Cole shoved on rigorously. Likewise for Perfect Moon. Then we come to Run, Bambi, run. Pat's Gal would have to win 2 in a row from 7 out of it, coming in a bit. And then it's Dixie Girl 2 who is in last. And Fire and Spice is tenaciously trying to hold off Starlit Cole. It is Fire and Spice leading it by 1. In second, Starlit Cole. After that is Perfect Moon, and Perfect Moon's coming on rather quickly, and they're chasing number 1, Fire and Spice. And now it's a high 5 for jockey Seraphin Carmona. That's his 5th win tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Miss Isabel Barker sings our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fights o'er the ramparts we've watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Thank you for your flexibility.
Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf course is listed at good. Welcome to Extreme Day 2024. Camels, ostriches, zebras, oh my. If you'll get your programs handy, we'll go over the changes on today's 9-race thoroughbred card. Race 1 starts the first 5 pick 5, and there are no changes. Race 1, no changes. In race 2, scratch number 1, Finley's Kitten. Race 2, take out that 1. Race 3 has no changes. Free and clear in today's third. Race 4 has a couple of scratches. Take out number 3, Day Trip Selfie, and number 7, Holy Moly Shipman. Race 4, scratch 3 and 7. Race 5 starts the final 5 pick 5 with that 10% takeout. Scratch the 9, Explosive Skies, and the 12, Redisseur. Take out the 9 and 12 in race 5. Race 6 will start the late pick 4 with races 6, 7, 8, and 9. Race 6, now we scratch the 1, Sunshine Fever, the 2, My Woman, and the 3, Go, Leanne Go. Take out 1, 2, and 3 from race 6. Race 7, scratch the 9, Launched. Race 7, take out that 9. In race 8, take out the 7, Braggadocious. Race 8, scratch 7. And in race 9, our final scratch of the afternoon, take out the 3 Mighty Gin Gin. Race 9, scratch 3. Main track fast, turf course good. Camels, Ostriches, and Zebras after races 3, 5, and 7. Up next, Paul Allen and Jeff Madej from our beautiful studio here in the press box.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and welcome to Canterbury Park. It's Extreme Race Day with camels, ostriches, and zebras.
Oh, my.
It's something else, Paul. This is a day that you remember that first time we did it, and
Yeah.
we go, well, how's it going to go over?
Yeah.
The place was absolutely packed, and you've loved it ever since.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. And when you eyeball an ostrich, and then there's a perfect depiction right into those deep, big black eyes. I mean, it can be a little scary, but it's a beautiful thing when you watch them on the track with those who ride them, and it's hot today, so thank everybody who is going to jump on a camel or a bird or a zebra. But the first year was super memorable. I think the second or third year when a former employee here, Mike Guerin, was on the racetrack with multiple hoses, just making sure everybody was staying hydrated and cool, and just watching that through the course of the day. That's something I'll never forget.
It is neat to watch because you think about jockeys on thoroughbreds, and the balance is perfect. They ride them around. Then they get on an ostrich. It's a whole different. It's like sitting on a football.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's wider, and the seat of a rider on a horse. Well, they're the same, but they're not. I mean, some people bend their knees more. Some people's backs are flatter. Some people just they tug on the reins differently. But when you jump on those birds, I mean, everybody's the same because it's like you're sitting on an ottoman or you're sitting on some type of footrest, and these crazy birds are unpredictable.
Well, so you'll see the camels, the ostriches, followed by the zebras. It's going to be a great day.
Oh, my.
9 horse races, fast main track, good turf course. And now, when we're done today around 6:30, 9-day break. No racing again until Wednesday, July 24th, because it's a good time to take that break. We've done it in past years when there's been a concert. And like Randy likes to say, we're not taking a break to have a rodeo on Friday and Saturday. We're having a rodeo because we're taking this break. It allows everyone to kind of freshen up. We come back stronger than ever. And while we're doing that, this rodeo, and it's going to be a lot of fun, the 19th and the 20th professional rodeo. You been to a rodeo ever?
Yeah. I mean, I think I've been asked many times to be the clown in the rodeo and have the steer chase me. But I said, no, I'd rather find the clown nose at Canterbury Park than do that. But you talk about the breaks and the rest and the mental and or physical respite people are going to get. Well, for the horses, I mean, this is massive, not only for them, but for Canterbury Park in the metaphorical second half of the season. Because the first half, when we go to 3 days, and some days we have 6 thoroughbred races and we have 8 races in totality, I mean, a lot of times favorites win 45% of the time, and you never get close to a carryover. But because of the work Rob Junk, Amber Carlisle, and that racing department group have done in arduous fashion, we've had multiple carryovers, at least a handful, or right around there. And, we carried one yesterday, the second pick 5, 17,584. I'm not big dwelling guy. Yesterday was yesterday, today's today. But holy cow, if we'd gotten one of these pick 5s in yesterday in a standalone 5-10 piece on Saturday night, I mean, in the business, we call that boffo.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, these races today are they're difficult if you're handicapping, but this is a bet a little to win a lot day with the trifectas, the superfectas, and pick 4s and 5s.
I agree. One thing we want to mention here, Paul, the Leg Up Fund. It's an important event. It's happening August 17th. It supports jockeys that are injured while riding here and some other endeavors on the backside as well. But the way you can help today is by buying a raffle ticket down on track level near the marketing booth near the gift shop there.
Yeah, and former jockey Patrick Conchari has been there many times, so say hello to him if he's there. But it's a phenomenal cause because, like when I chat with jockeys, I'll say to them sometimes, you can come up and call a race anytime you want. First time you do it, it may not be very good, but you can do it. Jeff and I and everybody watching right now, we ain't getting in those boots. We don't know what it's like to cut weight. We don't know what it's like to see the riders in the sweatshirts that we see right now, the hoodies, running around the track with a heat index at 95-ish or whatever it is. So the reverence and respect we have for our riders and all riders is incredibly high. In fact, I'd proclaim, with the way we treat our own and the riders here, it's the greatest of any racetrack in the country.
I agree. So if you can contribute, and be sure to join us on August 17th. Now, we're speaking of riders. How about last night, though?
Got tight.
Well, we can look at the standings, but we had a jockey last night that won 5 races. You can see him on the list there, Serafina Carmona. What's missing is the asterisk. He's an apprentice. He's a rookie jockey. Remember, he just started riding at Canterbury last year.
Yeah.
Last night, with Mac Robertson, they won race after race after race. It was phenomenal.
And he's beaming with confidence. And with Serafin, I've gotten to know Serafin this year a lot better than last year. And he's a deep thinker. He's a kind, respectful, humble kind of guy. So is Eduardo Gallardo, who can be on the quiet side, at least with me. And you take those two and what they're doing this year, and then Fausto da Silva, he had a 6-win week recently. He's new here. Well, look at Kelsey. She's on the board with 9. And then you got Q, and everybody knows that name. So Fuentes was here a couple of years ago, and he was favored to be the leading jockey into the season. He was crushing. I mean, it wasn't Secretariat-like, but Eddie G, with his wins yesterday, and I think Eddie G has 6 wins this week. It's 5, 6, or 7. I think it's 6. And then Carmona with the nickel last night. That's tight right there.
And then Mac Robertson.
He's running away, isn't he?
Mac had a nickel last night, too. And I'm not going to call – I am. I might call the race over. When Mac gets a lead like that, it's going to be hard to catch him. I mean, he started slow, and it's like, be patient, because they're going to come in groups, in bunches, and they've come in bunches.
Well, right. But JB in 4th, I mean, in patented JB fashion, that's the 12-1 shot nobody's talking about. And you get it this time -8. The competitive type, and Mac and Joel are 2 of the most competitive that we've ever met. Likewise for Tony and Jose, Cody, and Matt. But old JB crept up on that board. I'd be cognizant of that, especially with today's first race.
Right, and talking about Joel Byrne, he had a really impressive 3-year-old last night, Street Warrior.
Yeah.
The way that horse won. We saw it win by 14.5 lengths in the slop in his debut. It's like, who'd he beat? It was nothing.
Right.
Last night, that was professional. To me, there was never a doubt that horse was going to win. Just sat under Hierro, bang.
Right, and I picked Frosty View, and I bet on Frosty View. Now, all Frosty View had was a view of the rear end of the stablemate. Because Frosty View, on the backside, when the horse kicked clear by a couple and did it pretty nicely, I'm like, uh-oh, here we go. We're going to get this 57 5/8 I've been looking for and have the lead and then battle the undefeated horse. But no, it wasn't really close.
We're watching the wins with Mac Robertson and Serafina Carmona right there. Mr. Muldoon, allowance race, impressive, went to the front, never got caught.
Yeah, that horse won more nicely than I thought he would. I thought he would win, but he crushed.
Yeah, he really did.
We got here.
This is Xavier Dave.
Here comes Xavier Dave. Angela chapped that one nicely.
Yeah, she did. And the horse, and the public found it too, got bet down, and the horse won
Big time.
Very nicely.
There is trainer handicapping. You see Mac Robertson in the winner's circle. He's got a nice polo on, nice shoes, no khakis. I mean, he knew what was up last night.
And Cupid's Crush came back into form last night.
Yep. Talented filly too. I mean, a couple of years ago, I mean, she was all that. She, like what's next, and the what's next part never really took place until last night.
Yeah, she has put it all back together. Mac was puzzled as to why she ran so poorly the time before, and here she came back.
And good for the McGowans too, for Mike and Vicky. I mean, they pump a lot of money into the game. They stay like Miguel Angel Silva. I said with the Chaser a few weeks ago, is a lot of changes here. Purses have gone down. We've gone to 3 days. We're having a wonderful season, and we really, really genuinely appreciate those who stick with us like the McGowans.
Absolutely. So it was predictable last night, but it was a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The best horses on the grounds won, and they won impressively. Midnight Current, we never mentioned her. 3 Minnesota Distaff Turf
breathtaking.
In a row. So
at the 8th pole, she was breathtaking.
And I think today, as you said, as predictable as yesterday was, today will be unpredictable. You need past performances. You go to bristnet.com. Every live racing day at Canterbury, they're free. Just download them. Do your own handicapping. That's important. The pick 5, let's talk about that. You alluded to it. Today's they were skinny last night because it was predictable. But when you throw unpredictability,
I hit the pick 5 twice last night and lost $100.
Well,
I'm not kidding you.
No, the pick 5 paid, the late one paid $60, the early one paid $19. It's hard to construct a ticket unless you're going to single a lot that's going to be less than that. So today, though, we could see some huge numbers. And the 10% takeout, lowest in the nation, means winners get more money back.
Well, I mean, starting in race 5 with that final 5, I mean, look at race 6. All right, on the second program page, I haven't gotten into Jeff's office yet to tape this bad boy in here, but don't forget about Scream Machine. I mean, I think I picked this one second. I mean, go ahead and let a couple who won 5 last night go off at 8-1. I don't care what the post is. So, I mean, that's just like symbolically how difficult this whole thing is. But if you hit it, I mean, could be 20,000.
You're right. And so last night we saw Mac Robertson and Joel Burnett win 7 of the 8 races, and then it closed out with Stetson Rushton, a new face here, a young kid.
That was cool.
That was fun, and I think that could have foreshadowed what's coming today. I think yesterday was focused on some of the top trainers. Today will be focused on the smaller guys, I believe.
Yeah, and I thanked Stetson when I called the last race in the winner's circle. It was the first time I met him, and we said hi, and I thanked him for again coming here because that this is the we're a racetrack that's quite comfortable and open and honest with who we are and the climate of the game and the climate of us, and we needed a lot of people to come going down to 3 racing days and a transitional time here in the state of Minnesota with wagering overall, and Bart Hone and others were ones who came. And seriously, I mean, this is not fluff during the fluff. We really, really appreciate you. If you brought 2, thank you. If you brought 40, thank you, because we needed it. And you can also see that you don't generally see crowds that are like what we have here at Canterbury Park and the way you're treated by all levels of people here. You're going to see a big one today, and you're going to love it.
So we'll have a big crowd on hand today. If you don't have the app, you can bet on your phone. You don't have to leave your seat. You don't have to stand in line. If you do stand in line, be patient. Plenty to eat and drink. All 3 levels are open. Tellers located everywhere. You're going to have a great time. Paul will be out there calling the exotic animals along with Kevin Gorick. Angela Herman, of course, will be giving you, and she had 6 winners last night. She'll be giving you more winners today. And that's going to happen in just a couple of minutes. And Today at the Races, brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Welcome to the Paddock with Angela Herman. I'm Kevin Gorg, and welcome to Extreme Day 2024. We brought extreme heat. We've got unbelievable cool extra races with camels, zebras, and ostriches. And Angela, my little zebra friend, we've got 9 outstanding thoroughbred races. Last night was all about the star power of Hall of Fame night and some really cool Minnesota breds. As Jeff Madej referenced, you weren't going to get rich last night, but it was fun to watch. Today, I believe, is one of the better betting days of the entire summer.
Right, and we are going into a week of a break in our meet. We are going to be having a rodeo here at Canterbury Park. Check out canterburypark.com if you want to check out some of the events going on. There's a lot packed into a couple of days, but it also kind of creates more of a need to run before we take that break. Everybody wants to run one more time, get their horses into races, and it makes for a complex puzzle. It'll be interesting to go through these 9 with you because it did take me a while to get through each one of them. I had to go through a couple of times, and starting with 2-year-olds certainly doesn't help that matter either, but it's a really fun card to bet and a good way to leave off before the rodeo.
I'm a big believer in patterns and cycles. When I handicap, I really factor that into who I end up playing and who I end up putting on top of my analysis. You and I will be lucky enough to visit some old friends next week at Saratoga Racetrack for a couple of days.
Hopefully.
Some fun. It will not get rained out this year, I promise you. But speaking of patterns, we saw maybe 3-4 weeks ago Valerie Lund, trainer, win 4 races in one day. Last weekend it was Miguel Angel Silva and his jockey Barejas that mopped up and won 3-on-1 card. And then yesterday it was Sarah Wynn, Carmona the Bug Boy, and Mac Robertson, trainer and jockey, winning 5. Do you see some of these patterns continue now as we head into break?
Well, I think so, and you can see some of the trainers that have got a lot of their horses in. Maybe they have more of the spots that they were looking for, or they're dropping horses. This is the time where they might drop a horse that would be a lot more competitive at the level that they're racing at, but has some recently kind of darkened form from being in a race that was too tough. It's all very interesting for those reasons, but the patterns that you mentioned are going to keep perpetuating themselves, especially with Minnesota breds, because these teams become more and more successful together, and you can see maybe their decisions within a race and how they impact it. So yeah, I agree with what you say, and it's nice to see different tandems pop up at different times with big nights.
All right, 9 of them. Pick 5 starts in race 1 and race 5. Let's tackle the lid lifter, which in typical fashion for today's card is a deep and tricky minefield to handicap because you don't have a lot of horses in race 1 with any form. You've got a couple of fillies in here taking on the boys. You've got 2-year-olds going 4.5 furlongs. The morning line favorite is Joel Burnt's number 2, the filly Regal Majesty. Who do you like?
Oh, we landed on the same horse. We were talking about it upstairs. He goes, the filly, when Paul picked the 2 Regal Majesty. It's like, Kevin, ours is the filly too.
I see that.
And she ran she had a nice work at OBS. That was just back in April, and I like looking at these 2-year-olds that don't take a whole bunch of time to get back to the track after they've been prepped for those 2-year-old sales. They didn't need time off. I mean, she came over here and started working pretty steadily, and for these 2-year-olds that really put in those fast furlongs or quarter miles, you can trust that they have that speed and they don't need it brought out of them in the morning. So these look like a little bit more maintenance moves, just keeping her moving. And I like where she drew in the gate too. 4.5 can be tricky because it comes up to the turn very fast. You don't want to be too wide. And one of the horses that took a lot of early money, Mega Heart, is going to be the widest of them all going into that turn. I stuck to the inside and went 4, 2, 5, and 7. But who else caught your eye in here?
I like the 8 a little bit. The other filly, there's 3 fillies, and I've got 3 of the 4 are my top picks. I go 4, 8, 5, and 2. So I've got the Burnt horse in there as well. But I'm with you on the 4. I think the Van Winkle barn just had a big day. Speaking of patterns and cycles, they had a couple of long shot winners in back-to-back fashion with big prices. I like fillies against the boys when they're 2. I think it gets tougher as the horses get older, but I think this is a race where you absolutely want to come to the paddock, see how they look. It's very steamy, very, very warm out here. And if horses that are doing this for the first time get a little agitated and start to get sweaty, they're a pitch. So go deep on your pick 5 is my advice, and make sure you get a chance to look at how the money's flowing and how they look in the paddock. That's the advantage of having a 2-year-old race at the front of a pick 5. You can adjust accordingly as they get closer to post. Race 2, we go to a good turf course, 1 mile the distance. We take out the 1. We have a good field of 7 here. I think a pretty balanced field. I don't see anybody going off at low odds. The morning line favorite is the 5, Pacific Zip. Neither one of us go that direction. Ange, tell us why You like number 3.
I took Noble Test with the hope that she would break better. I just didn't see a whole bunch of speed in here. There's a lot of horses that want to be at the way back of the field and sort of sit mid-pack. Ms. Callie is a devoted front runner, but outside of her, I really didn't see much. So Noble Test I thought would be in a very good spot. She'll be to her inside, but she's a big horse, too. I would prefer a little bit firmer going for her. This is a good track, but I think that Noble Test, either way, just needs to do better at the break, and we'll see what happens from there. I took a 3, 8, 2, and 5 because I thought these two might race away. They could go away on their own, not set a very quick pace, and some of the closers might be compromised in that respect. With her boots on, Pacific Zip, Dustmaker, all came from a little bit further back. With her boots on is a bit more adaptable, I thought, than the last two that I mentioned, but she still won't be out there pushing the pace along, and sometimes she becomes a bit of a victim of it.
Yeah, I assume the 8's going to get the lead. I think that our horse, Noble Test, who I also select, has some versatility to her running style. I don't think she needs the lead. I think the post position might be a great equalizer at some point. I expect the 8 to be loose. I expect the 3 to get first run. And I think the horse that everybody should fear is the 5. That horse had a really, really bad trip last time. If she gets a clean trip, 5's going to be tough. She's a must-use for me in the pick 5. I go 3, 5, and 8. I'll use all 3 in my first 5 ticket. Race 3, we go back to a fast main track. Very attractive allowance race here. We have 7 in the gate. As I look at this race on paper, Ange, there isn't a horse on the page that wouldn't shock me. Like, I don't see anybody here like, oh, how did this horse win? Very balanced field. Another race where you're going to probably want to go a little deeper on your first 5 ticket. Where did you go?
I went with Bourbon Aficionado, just like the two of you did. Just the way that the connections are going lately and that race that he ran in the Derby last time around. I don't like the fact that he comes from pretty far off it, and I don't see where a whole bunch of quick pace is going to come from. But he's also shown more speed sprinting in the past than he's shown lately, and I wouldn't be surprised if Carmona gets him in gear and gets him in the race a lot sooner, and from that outside post, they will probably have the option to do so. Hey, Captain Jack drawing the rail keeps him probably where he's been in most of his better races, and that's on the lead. But I really don't see anybody else outside of maybe Bricklayer and Bourbon Aficionado and Sir Otto, and they're all maybes in that respect, that could really put the pressure on him. So I did take it 5, 4, and 6, and 2, but it wasn't with any super conviction.
Yeah, I don't have the one in my top collection of horses, but if he gets loose with Gallardo, I might get a little nervous here. There just is no speed in the race. Everybody else seems to be a pace presser or a closer. I'm with you on Bourbon Aficionado. This is a lukewarm selection for me. I was very torn because of his running style. I just think that Burning Leaves is probably going to get the run of the race. If Hey Captain Jack is in a little deep, which it looks like he might be on paper, I think the 2 is going to inherit the perfect trip. A front runner that's in over its head, that now I'm pressing that front runner. When the front runner gets tired and the class comes to tell, the 2 is going to be right there to pounce. I think the 2 is absolutely the horse to beat. Never worse than second in 6 tries on the Canterbury main track. I lean the 5 with the hot connections. I fear the 2. I go 5, 2, and 4. Race 4, back to the turf. We take out the 3 and 7. This is not a race where I recommend doing a lot of spreading. I don't think you have to go very deep here. It's a small field. It looks like a chalkier race, in my opinion, maybe the chalkiest race of the day. Even that being said, Ange, we land on different horses, so tell us why you land on the 6, Tapatara.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about Tony Rengstorff, the trainer of Tapatara, and how he has done in the last 5 years with Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, second off a layoff. I know that it's a very specific sort of thing, but the point being that they give these horses enough time to rest, come back, and they're in good hands to be back to 100% by the second start off the layoff. You usually give them one before they get really into shape, but some of these come from excellent, well, most of them come from excellent female, versatile families, but run really well on the turf up here. Tapatara and the stablemate of hers, Miss Coronado Chrome, later in the card were both of interest to me because they both employ that same angle. This one hasn't run as well on the turf in the past, but has been doing it at Churchill Downs and Kentucky Downs. This is a whole different league, and she might be able to really show what she can do. If she can run on turf at all, I think that she should be able to show it against this bunch. Cece's Heart will not be easy to track down, but I really thought that she got exactly what she would have wanted out of a setup last time. She just got a little bit tired late, and it was only her second start. Maybe she just blows these away, but I gave a nod to Tapatara because she is older, because she has more experience, and that she gets a chance to stretch her legs and go 2 turns up here for the first time.
Yeah, I'll say this. I think the 5's a single for me, Cece's Heart, and she is the controlling speed. until she rears at the break, which is exactly what she did last time. There is no room for that type of error here. If she struggles out of the gate and has to work to get the lead, she will be vulnerable just like she was last time when they turned for home, because she had to expend all that energy to get back where she wants to be. She needs a clean break. If she breaks clean and is loose, she's gone. If she doesn't, I think both the 6 and the 8 could be a real problem late. I'm going to try to single her. I'm going to try to get her home, but I'm very curious to see how Gary Shearer and De Silva have the problems worked out at the starting gate, because that was a complete and utter fiasco last time, and it cost her the race, frankly. Race 5, oh my, the Ostriches right after the race, the power play within it, 1 mile, main track, huge field. I mean, when I looked at this race, the first thing I thought of was, if you can find the trifecta or dime soup here, you're going to get paid. This looks like a race, Ange, where you're really going to want to have some fun.
Yeah, and you don't have horses that necessarily always throw in their best effort, but they do have races on the page generally that could win this if you find them in the right spot. I thought that Political Riot was in the right spot. He's the selection of both mine and Paul Allen's TVW.
The old ship and dip. Oh, yeah. Jeff loves the ship and dip.
Yeah, Political Riot looks... I mean, he was running for 5,000 earlier this year. It's not like it's any sort of drop from the clouds.
But it's a ship and dip.
It is just a little bit.
I love it.
Gosh, no. They're giving him every opportunity to pick up his second win, and only his third try over our dirt. I mean, he's better when he's towards the front. At least he has been on our main track, and I think that's very feasible in this group. Given his inside draw, given that Chad Lindsay obviously knows him like the back of his hand, I think that he's in a very good spot, and he would be a horse that I would key maybe in first and second of those supers. Wouldn't use him any further underneath because he'll be a shorter price, but you are going to be able to include a lot of larger priced horses in the mix that have a shot, like Kevin said. I would agree with you 100% that this is a great vertical sort of race.
Yeah, I don't disagree with our morning line guy very often, but this will be one of those times where I do. I don't think Toma Toda or Toto, whatever you call the 2, should be favored. I think the 4 deserves to be the favorite. I was super torn between the 4 and the 5. You go back to when this horse faced similar competition here last year with Lindsay. They won easily at the $4,000 level, and even though it's a $5,000 race and an $8,000 race that he exits, Tampa Bay Downs has a much higher level of racing. Their purses are bigger, so this is a significant class drop for this horse, and he absolutely is the horse to be beat. I just went back to Pass the Cats race last time off a 6-month layoff, had gone into the break razor sharp off a third and a win, comes back last time, and I can't wait to go over the video evidence in our power play segment. You can't believe how wide this horse was into the first turn. It's unbelievable that this horse had a chance to win in the stretch, and now I think he'll be more fit as a 6-year-old second time back. So when I'm torn between 2 horses like the 4 and the 5, I'm going to swing with the bigger price. I think Political Riot goes off around 2-1 or 5-2. I think this horse goes off around 5-1. We'll see how it plays out. I have to use them both. I go 5, 4, 10, and 7, and now we get to the final 4 races of the first half of the meet. The unofficial break comes for the rodeo after today's card. We scratch 1, 2, and 3 on the turf in race 6. Another big race with big prices everywhere. And Ange, you're going to find us at 10-1. I can't wait to hear why.
I do like Miss Coronado Chrome. I mentioned that angle earlier, that Tony Rengstorff is bringing this 5-year-old mare back to the races off a huge layoff. I mean, they gave her all of 2023 off. She returns now as a 5-year-old seeking her second win, but they've started her off and they keep her against allowance horses. Obviously, there's a little more than we can see with the works, because the works aren't outstanding, but they're on dirt. This is a turf mare, and she won her second start off just works. You know, I mean, it was a long time ago. It's been a while between drinks, but this is a family that's won a lot of races at Canterbury, and particularly on the turf. And Ms. Coronado Chrome, I thought, ran well enough from just off the pace where maybe she can take the step forward. And she doesn't need to take a huge one to be a contender, and she'll be a better price than I think her stablemate, Hattie Bloom, and I thought maybe her other one, Sunshine Fever, but that one is scratched. That'll change things around a bit as far as the odds go, but I still think she'll be a healthy price. So I take it 9, 11, 10, and 5.
Yeah, really fun race to handicap. There's all kinds of directions you can go here. I think PA's on a live horse with Northern Angel, who has shown nothing but guts in those last 2 turf races. She could be a real nice horse. I think we're just seeing a little bit of who she is right now. Always pull for North Star Stables. I see your angle completely. I like the data you have in 10-1. And I was torn between the 10 and the 11, and I don't think we're going to get 6-1 in the 11. I think that'd be a wonderful pipe dream to have. I'm going to try Midnight Lane. Again, lukewarm fashion. This horse ran a good race last time, just not good enough to beat the Golden Gate Shepherd that was Valence. I like the way this horse made up ground. And this is a horse that, once again, does not get any luck with the post draw. Outside post the last two. Not going to change here, but I'm not going to mind the scratches of 3 horses to the inside. I'll go 10, 11, 8, 7, 9. Wide open race in race number 6. Race 7, Speedball's here, 5.5 furlongs on the main track. Zebras will run after race 7. We scratch the 9 launch, which I think is a significant scratch in terms of the pace. Ange, who do you like?
I took the 3 in here in honor of autism. Johnny Tambawada and Jose Silva Jr. have been teaming up with a lot of wins at this meet, and at least part of that is due to putting them in spots like this, which is exactly where they think they belong. I mean, this horse is in the El Camino Real Derby last year, but times have changed. They've put him in for 12.5 previously, and that being the previous trainer, but up here going for 10,000 as opposed to being in 16,000s makes a little bit of sense, just the way that he was finishing up down at Turf Paradise. This isn't as big a drop or a ship and dip. This is a pretty good move that puts him in a relative level that he was out at Fresno and Golden Gate. I really like the races that he put in down there. They were against a tough horse named Howbeit. That's an old California war horse that came down there and won twice in a row at that level. He was just too tough at that time. Anybody that tried to run with him was having a very tough day too. And Quality Rags, the horse that ran second in one of those races, has come back and won a nice one up here, has run some really good races for Valerie Lund. If this horse is going to be in a little bit easier level than that, I'm going to put him on top. I went 3, 1, 2, and 7, and I think that in honor of autism is going to be the fresh face, the new face, and I think he can run down Philo Badeau, but that's not going to be an easy job for anyone. Yeah, Philo Badeau, the 2, is going to be out there winging it per usual, but there's going to be pressure. 4 has speed, 5 has speed, 7 has speed, 8 has speed. Obviously, the 9 scratching helps a little bit. I think the 1's going to fall into a great trip. I think the biggest misnomer in horse racing is at 5.5 on the main track, everybody thinks you have to have the lead. I disagree. I think sometimes they go too fast. They end up going 21 flat for the opening quarter and someone sitting just a couple lengths back. And I think the 1 and 3 both qualify as horses that are going to get that trip. Could fall into the winning mount here. I go 1, 2, and 3 in race 7. Race 8, late double, starts with a turf race. Good turf, big field. Take out the main track only horse, the 7 Braggadocious. The morning line favorite is Shotgun Runner, the 1 at 5-2, but Ange and I are both going a different direction. Yeah, I guess we're going to the front, and we're going to take them as far as we can, as fast as we can. We're taking them all the way. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for with Gypsy Chief. And without a real devoted pace presence outside of him, maybe War Rascal to the inside, this looks like a really good spot. He'll be to the outside of anybody that wants to go up and take the lead, I would presume. I don't think Percy Road or Jetstream is going to outfoot him to the front. So it puts the race in his hands early. It's a matter of finishing things up late because there are some nice closers behind him. I just thought that they could slow things down up front. Last time there were a couple of long shots that pushed him along just enough where he wilted a little bit in the lane. I don't see those in here today. So 6, 5, 8, and 3 for me. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say different than what Ange said. I think we control the race on the front. I get it. I think the 5 is dangerous for the hot connections. I mean, they had 5 yesterday, so you better use that 5 in all your tickets. And the 1 certainly figures in from a very good racetrack where they run some big-time races. Our old friend Brian Aragoni would attest to that. Horseshoe Indianapolis is a good circuit, and that horse has had a couple of rough trips. So 6, 5, and 1, I would use them all on your tickets if you're being safe. I'm going to try to single the 6 on one of my tickets today and see if we can take them flag fall to That's All. Speaking of That's All, we'll finish today with race number 9. Kids get to race on the main track after this race, and yes, the voice of the Vikings, Paul Allen, will call that race. We scratch number 3. I think a significant scratch. One of the main players in here, Danny Chersvik's 3-horse, is out. Ange, who do you like? I took an old friend of yours, or maybe an old nemesis. I don't know how you want to view her, but... She was a friend a couple years ago. Ghost of Genevieve has had her share of gait troubles over the years, and she had that 2 back when she was on the turf. Last time, she broke better, but she had to go a little too quick early. That was a quick opening quarter, and everybody got a little bit tired late, but we did see Honorable Mischief and Call 'Em All both come back and try to lock horns with Extreme Diva yesterday. Both of those fillies would be heavily favored in this group, so why shouldn't Ghost of Genevieve? I'm going to see if she can't be the speed of the speed. Not easy with Celtic's Wildcat involved, with Brewhouse involved. All of these have shown speed at one point in their career that would probably outfoot Ghost of Genevieve, but just not lately, other than Celtic's Wildcat. That'll be the big test. If she can clear her early, and it's possible with her brand of pace, I think she could take them all the way. 7, 2, 4, and 8.
5.5, I would have given this horse a long look. I think 6 furlongs, that extra half furlong could be pesky. I didn't know what to do with the 6 Free Britney, because this is the ultimate ship and dip. And I don't like horses like this that are for sale, but if this horse is anything close to what she was the last time we saw her at Canterbury, they're all running for second. I'm going to try to beat her, and I'm going to try to beat Celtics Wildcat again, which hasn't gone very well for me. But I've got Mac Robertson, I've got Eddie G, and I've got a horse with some back class. I'm going to try Brewhouse. This looks like a wake-up call for Vicky and the gang with Extreme Racing. But again, this is another one of those races, race 9, where I would absolutely spread as deep as you can go. I'm going to go 4 or 5 deep to close out that final 5. Get aggressive with my single in the penultimate race. And don't forget, again, after races 3, 5, and 7, we've got camels, we've got ostriches, we've got zebras, and we've got a great card. It all starts in about 10 to 12 minutes. For Angela Herman, I'm Kevin Gorg. This is Touchdown Tiles. Today at the races, we'll both see you out in the paddock throughout the card, and I'll be up in the press box in about 5 minutes taking you through my Pick 5 ticket. Good luck, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, our bugler, Sweat Leonard Dykert. Canterbury Park's bugler, Lynn Dykert, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Extreme Day. Camel's Race following the third. We are on a fast main track for race number 1. The babies get center stage with no scratches or rider changes. The first at Canterbury is provided by Loeffler. And today's racing overall presented by Quick Trip and Hormel. We also thank Pepsi, Michelob Ultra, the Minnesota Lottery, and Maker's Mark. Our featured groups today include Surfacing Solution, the Cargill Summer Event, By the Yard, and the Leo Molesky family. Welcome to the races.
All right, 2-minute warning now to that first 5. And like I mentioned in our Today at the Races program, it is a very deep and tough card. And you can see my ticket's not a cheap one today, $90, and that's with a single. And I might not have enough horses here in the first. I've got 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8, and I'm seeing this 3-horse getting a lot of action. Big Kitty for Vic Hansen. You may want to mix him in to the pick 5. When they bet Vic Hansen down to co-favoritism, that tells me there's some barn money there, and that horse might be a good thing. So 5 deep, and I'm already worried. Second leg, I go 3, 5, and 8. I've got the 3 on top at 7-2 with our top jockey. Third leg, I go 2, 4, and 5. Really good 1-mile event there. Rubber meets the road in race 4. I'm singling the 5 here. I'm bullish on CC's Heart for Gary Shear. And then I want some depth in that 5th race. Wide open claimer, big field. I'll go 4, 5, 7, and 10. So 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. 3, 5, 8 in the second. 2, 4, 5 with the 5 singled. With 4, 5, 7, and 10. And again, that 3-horse in the first race is one to give some consideration to on your pick 5 tickets with the money that's pouring now into the windows. And that's the beauty of having a 2-year-old race to crank up the card. You can see where that action is and adjust accordingly. The pick 5s have been bountiful. I know they were small last night. That's not going to be the case today. Get lucky. Have some fun.
They've reached the starting gate, and it is post time. Race time for the first at Canterbury Park. Here come the 2-year-olds. Three fillies and 5 boys doing battle. One of the fillies, Twin Empire, rears, and Q bails. Quite wide open in the win wagering. Regal Majesty, 3-1. Big Kitty, 3.5 to 1. R&R Audible, 3.5 to 1. The filly Mega Heart, last in line. Happy Sunday. Stand by for the rooster. And they're racing in the first Extreme Day, and by Decreed popped nicely between them. So did the gray Regal Majesty, and that filly leads it by a neck. Battling that one is Big Kitty. Outside of that, Nebraska Gold. Then even wider out, filly Mega Heart, joined by R&R Audible. After that, we have Twin Empire, about 8 lengths from the front, and to the inside of Mega Heart. The one in last is By Decreed, and the one in first narrowly is Regal Majesty, and that filly leads the run home. Still pressured by Big Kitty behind them. RNR Audible at 2 to 1 is surging home on the outside. That's it for the 2 filly. Big Kitty between them. RNR Audible and Roman take the lead and streak right on by. RNR had no need to call an audible. The play was win. Number 5, RNR Audible first. It's 5-3-4 and a superfecta photo. Regal Majesty fourth. The first of 9 official. First superfecta, $35.89 for 5342. That's only a dime. 5342, top 4 finisher, superfecta, $35 for a dime. Exacta 53, 22 and change. Trifecta 534, that's $74 and a nickel. And that's just a 50-cent wager. The second race takes us to the firm turf course, the Rail. is all the way in. Scratch number 1, Finley's Kitten from race number 2. The second is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Some of the locations include Apple Ford Shakopee and Apple Chevrolet Northfield. We also thank Xfinity Comcast and XfinityMobile.com. In the winner's circle, the maiden breaker, RNR Audible and Constantino Roman. The victorious 2-year-old is owned by Mike Hellendrung and Courtney and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer of RNR Audible. And they're racing in the first Extreme Day, and by Decreed popped nicely between them. So did the gray Regal Majesty, and that filly leads it by a neck. Battling that one is Big Kitty. Outside of that, Nebraska Gold. Then even wider out, filly Mega Heart, joined by R&R Audible. After that, we have Twin Empire, about 8 lengths from the front, and to the inside of Mega Heart. The one in last is By Decreed, and the one in first narrowly is Regal Majesty, and that filly leads the run home. Still pressured by Big Kitty behind them. RNR Audible at 2-1 is surging home on the outside. That's it for the 2 filly. Big Kitty between them. RNR Audible and Roman take the lead and streak right on by. RNR had no need to call an audible. The play was win. Number 5, RNR Audible first. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the John Deere dirt, the big screen in the infield, or TV monitors. The Chanhassen Rotary's 4th of July parade was rained out, so we thought we'd invite the Rotary to Canterbury Park so their work on this flagship float was not in vain. They partnered with the high school robotics team to work on this amazing display. Rotary is an international service organization in its 120th year with many clubs in our area. Shakopee, Prior Lake, Savage, Eden Prairie, Chaska, Chanhassen. It's hard to find a thriving community without a Rotary Club, so they do much locally and globally with a motto of service above self. The international theme this year is the magic of Rotary. And like magic, they make a lot of good things happen, like ridding the world of polio or mentoring students locally through their Strive program. If you have a heart for service, Rotary wants you. Congratulations on a fine float, Rotary.
Ah, the sweet sounds of the late, great Eddie Money bring us to the paddock for race number 2 on the heels of the 2-year-olds with the fillies and the colts going head-to-head. One of the boys survives. The 5-ball gets the job done as the lukewarm favorite. And now we have an early pick 4 with races 2, 3, 4, and 5 on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Camels, ostriches, and zebras take their turns after races 3, 5, and 7. And kiddies, you can race on the track after our 9th race. We've got 7 and under and then 8 and older, a little 50-yard dash down the main track as the voice of the Vikings, Paul Allen, sends you to the finish to a beautiful family day at the park. We've got food trucks assembled. A bigger crowd coming in as we speak, so do note that you're going to have some patience in all the lines. And if you want to learn how to bet on your phone, it's very simple. Head to the information center on the main level and the clubhouse level and tell me you want to download the First Bet app. That is so easy. You'll never wait in line on these big days. You can put money in, deposit it, take it right back out after you bet all day from your phone wherever you are throughout Canterbury Park. The First Bet app. Do not overlook that great option. Let's handicap together here in race 2 on the turf. We scratch the 1. We start with the 2 with their boots on. Gallardo for Miguel Angel Silva. The trainer won 3 a week ago today. The jockey's been one of our best the last couple of seasons. This horse likes to sit back mid-pack and make one move in the stretch, and this post position is very advantageous for turf racing. Gallardo should have every chance to get the job done, and if you saw him in one of the stakes races yesterday for Extreme Racing, he's not afraid to go inside. Boy, he proved it in that small field where he almost got pinned up on the wall. He just kept on waiting, patient, and boom, popped a nice stakes win yesterday. We'll see if With Their Boots On can come get the money at a price here in race 2. My top pick in the race will be the 3. I'm going to try Noble Tess. Our top jockey is Luis Fuentes. He gets the call here. He's been riding great all season. The trainer's a good one too in Matt Williams, and I like the fact that the horse has some natural speed. In a more of a crowded field on the turf, I think that speed could be quite the weapon. We'll see if Luis Fuentes can ration this one properly. I know we're going to get a fair price. That price up on the board right now is 4-1. Here comes Kelsey. Kelsey's aboard the 4, Miss Gold for Tony Rengsdorf. They've been pretty productive. You know, of course she rides for her guy Bobby Klein, but when she rides for Tony Rengsdorf, she's 27%. That's worth noting for sure. This 4-horse is 6-1 and does have some good stalking speed. Has faced similar on the turf before. Miss Gold fits with these and is a price right now. No question about the horse to beat. The 5-horse on paper stands out a little bit. This is Jose Silva with Fausto da Silva in the saddle. This horse had a really tough trip last time. Looked like a winner turning for home, and then Pasta Salad Ronda came swooshing in from the back of the pack. If this horse has a clean trip and she can duplicate that effort, she's going to be really, really tough to deny. Got to use her on your tickets. She's 8-5. You're not going to get rich, but certainly that's the horse I fear with my 3 on top. 6 is Dust Maker. Pena gets the call for Jose Silva. Exits that Pasta Salad Ronda race. 3rd time off the layoff. So for those of you new to horse racing, think about when you haven't gone to the club in a few months and you go back there, how much better you feel after a couple of times back on the treadmill. 3rd time back for Dust Maker. Should be mid-pack, ready to pounce, and I think a very fair price right now at 7-1. I'll mix this horse into my tries and supers. 7 is Delusional Dream. Deep closer, likes to come from way back. Arroyo's been bringing in prices this year, so keep an eye on that horse in the late stages. And the speed of the speed. If you want a front runner that's likely going to be able to dictate terms, then you're going to fall in love with Ms. Cali. Barajas for Miguel Angel Silva. Last Sunday, they went boom, boom, boom for 3 wins on that family day. They're well mounted again today, and Ms. Cali appears on paper to be the controlling speed. We'll see how far she can take them. I'll tell you one thing, in this heat, she looks awfully good in the paddock. Not a drop of sweat, great looking coat, and another prime contender at 5-1. What a great betting race we've got for you here. And again, as I mentioned, the early pick 4 starts with races 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've got turf racing. The turf is good. The turf is good, people. They'll be at the gate inside 8, and then they're going to get it on.
On the John Deere dirt and heading to the firm turf course for the second race. Scratch number 1, Finley's Kitten. The second, the Rayanne Geis, is 5 minutes from now. They've reached the starting gate, and it is post time for race number 2 on the turf course listed as good. We have 7 battling. The 2-1 favorite, Ms. Callie. Pacific Zip, 2.5 to 1. With her boots on, Noble Tess, Miss Gold, S.J. Mix. Pacific Zip, Dust Maker, to back, Delusional Dream, and Ms. Callie. Turf time, race 2, and here they are. And they're racing. Pacific Zip zips out of the gate, and Pacific Zip in search of the early lead. Noble Tess is next with Miss Gold. Then we come to With Her Boots On. Ms. Callie advances to the outside. After that, Delusional Dream. And at the rear is Dust Maker. As they head around the corner for the first time, the pace is very fair, if not shaded the way of fast. And Noble Tess makes it to the inside of Miss Gold in search of 2 in a row. Pacific Zip just off the heels of Tess. And to the inside of Ms. Callie, who's pulling hard up the barn side. After that, Delusional Dream advances to join With Her Boots On. That's the first pair, 3 pairs, and the one lagging along in last is Dust Maker, 12 out of it. Into the far turn, Noble Tess, Miss Gold, Noble Tess. They travel in perfect harmony, and likewise for Ms. Callie and Pacific Zip. After that, Delusional Dream trying to put away With Her Boots On and run on and win it. After that, Dust Maker looking to clean up from behind. Noble Tess trying to go wire to wire. Noble Tess still confidently ridden by Fuentes too. Outside of that, Miss Gold shoved on by Kelsey. Likewise for Barajas and Ms. Callie. Inside, Pacific Zip far outside With Her Boots On. And now Noble Tess has asked the question, and she said no, she's all done. Pacific Zip falls into the lead. Ms. Callie between them. And here's With Her Boots On at 2 to 1. Chasing in vain, Pacific Zip did it nicely. The Taboada horse won. Number 5, Pacific Zip. First, 5.284 in 136.21. The second race, the Acid Bubble, is official. We had a claim in race 2, winning a two-way shake for number 8, Ms. Callie. Owners Larry Donlin and Jim Benzik, and the trainer is Larry Donlin. That's Ms. Callie who ran third, winning a two-way shake for $10K. Donlin for Benzik Donlin. Second superfecta, $41 for a dime. Exacta, $16.50. Trifecta, $27.20. Fives wild in the double, and it paid $20.80. We come now to the third. And in race number 3, we have no scratches or rider changes. Post time's about 23 minutes from now. And following race number 3, the Camels race on the dirt at Canterbury. Into the winner's circle, it is Pacific Zip and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner, Johnny Taboada. And the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Running time, 1:36.21. Race 3, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch. And also Tri-State Bobcat. Save big and head to Tri-State Bobcat for 0% financing and rebates up to $6,000 on select Bobcat excavators and compact track loaders. Stop by one of their Twin City Metro or Western Wisconsin locations and observe the great deals. And they're racing. Pacific Zip zips out of the gate, and Pacific Zip in search of the early lead. Noble Tess is next with Miss Gold. Then we come to With Her Boots On. Ms. Callie advances to the outside. After that, Delusional Dream. And at the rear is Dust Maker. As they head around the corner for the first time, the pace is very fair, if not shaded the way of fast. And Noble Tess makes it to the inside of Miss Gold in search of 2 in a row. Pacific Zip just off the heels of Tess. And to the inside of Ms. Callie, who's pulling hard up the barn side. After that, Delusional Dream advances to join With Her Boots On. That's the first pair, 3 pairs, and the one lagging along in last is Dust Maker, 12 out of it. Into the far turn, Noble Tess, Miss Gold, Noble Tess. They travel in perfect harmony, and likewise for Ms. Callie and Pacific Zip. After that, Delusional Dream trying to put away With Her Boots On and run on and win it. After that, Dust Maker looking to clean up from behind. Noble Tess trying to go wire to wire. Noble Tess still confidently ridden by Fuentes too. Outside of that, Miss Gold shoved on by Kelsey. Likewise for Barajas and Ms. Callie. Inside, Pacific Zip far outside With Her Boots On. And now Noble Tess has asked the question and she said no, she's all done. Pacific Zip falls into the lead. Ms. Callie between them. And here's With Her Boots On at 2-1. Chasing in vain. Pacific Zip did it nicely. Hey, take a peek at TV monitors or the big screen in the infield. After race 3, a Camel Race, so take your pick. Who do you like? Scan the QR code and predict who's going to win. Kamala Harris, Camel Libre, Sahara Smiles, or Aladdin. Scan that QR code.
We're back in the paddock for race number 3. Congratulations to the connections of the winners of race number 2. Johnny Tabawada wins another one, and we'll go back to the dirt. the John Deere Dirt for race number 3. And in this allowance, we don't have any scratches or jockey changes. The one, Hey Captain Jack, should be showing the way, at least for part of this race, as his speed propelled him to a second lifetime win last time around. He was getting a little bit tired at the end, but he did all the dirty work early, and it looks like he's found a field that really doesn't want to go with him, at least for the first part of the race. The inside draw kind of has to force that along a little bit, but Gallardo is going to take over, and he has been having a very good couple of weeks. He'll try to take this one as far as he can on the front end at 8-1. Burning Leaves right next door usually comes from a little bit off the pace, but we'll see if the pace maybe keeps him a bit closer like it did last time. That turned into a 6-length win, and right now he is one of a couple 7-2 shots. Burning Leaves has proven very versatile and very much ready to go right off the bench last time around. That rest gave him no worse for wear, and now Roman will take over in the saddle as Serafin Carmona is going to be a bourbon aficionado to his outside. Mulberry Street comes fresh off the claim. The Fuentes barn took him last time around. He's put together a really good string of 4 races, really only one clunker in there, and that was against allowance types down at Will Rogers. He'll take the step back in that direction today, but the way that he's been running, you would think that this would be a very good step up and at a good price. He's quite usable at 9-1. I did want to put him underneath in some of these plays, but it's an evenly matched group, and the board reflects that. Bricklayer, just to the outside, broke his maiden at Churchill Downs last time around. That was a couple weeks ago, down going a mile and a 16th. He did that from off the pace, and the only concern really here is his lack of speed, but I would guess that coming up here, they might put him into the race a little bit more. In some of the races early in his career, he was able to keep close attendance to pretty decent paces. Right now, he is 7-2, but 8-5 is the price on the horse just to his outside, Bourbon Aficionado. He was second in the Canterbury Derby on a muddy track. It was a good second, though. Horses weren't exactly flying from off the pace in every race, and he still did very well to get second that day. He has just performed pretty darn well no matter what they've asked of him, and the distance will serve to be no problem. That was my concern with Sir Otto, just to his outside. Last time he did run well. He was second at a mile, but was getting a bit tired late. You still get 6-1 on him as opposed to 8-5 to the horse just to his inside. I think his speed will be able to keep him in there for a good part of the way. He may be the one that keeps Hey Captain Jack honest up front, but Make Noise on the outside too. Has shown speed at times, but usually comes from pretty far out of it. Make Noise might need a little bit more to run down than he'll get today, but you do get 7-1 on the outside runner. This third race kicks off a pick 3, doubles, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers. Have at it. You have lots of options, 7 to pick from, and they head to the track with a power play coming up from the studio in Chemgorg.
And Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track. They're on the John Deere Dirt for race number 3. And race time is 5 minutes from now.
Welcome up to the press box. We get ready for our Tri-State Bobcat sponsored event. It is the power play we isolate on a horse in the middle of the card that might help you to some financial freedom. Maybe the best betting race on the card today is race 5. It's a wide open claiming race. I love cutting my teeth on these kind of races, and I think there's value here. Pass the Cat ran a big one last time. The 6-year-old got real good at the end of December down at Remington Park with a third at 18-1 and an emphatic win at 11-1. But when a 6-year-old comes off a 6-month layoff, they're normally going to need a race. But, man, this horse ran big last time. Paul Allen touted this horse. It was 22-1. It ran a fabulous second for Vic Hansen. This is a Minnesota bred that I think is sitting on a big one today. Look at that half-mile time, 48. They were crawling up front. And this horse not only made up ground, but wait till you see the run into the first turn. Now, he didn't have a good post position, as you can see. He was drawn outside. I don't think this horse could have been more wide into the first turn. Think about the horses down here and how much ground they're saving. We're in the 7 path right now. And that maintains past the judges all the way into the first turn, into the backside. That horse lost multiple lengths in that setting. Not going to be the case today. We get a better post position. We get a hotter pace. Second time back off the layoff. We're going to pass that Cat right into the winner's circle for the power play.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the third. Said horses make noise. Our starter in front of the gate is Oscar Quitos. And they're racing. All popped well, save Mulberry Street, who leapt to his back feet a bit as the gates open. And hey, Captain Jack flies out of the gate. Jack's looking for the lead. And hey, Captain Jack closest to the rail, pulls them along by a neck, joined by Serato, and the white horse Make Noise is making noise with alacrity on the early lead. And they have 3/4 of a mile to go, and now the bookenders settle into a battle. After that, Burning leaves in search of 2 in a row, 4 lengths from a very fair, if not slow early pace. That one's to the inside of Bricklayer in search of 2 in a row. Bourbon Aficionado is 5 lengths, maybe 6 from the front, and then it's Mulberry Street in the new colors, 7 lengths out of it. And with a half mile to travel, Make Noise and Kelsey Hard, the outside of hey, Captain Jack and Eddie G. And those two continue to travel right together. Serato's behind them. Then we come back to Bricklayer to the outside of Burning Leaves, Mulberry Street. Bourbon Aficionado at 2.5 to 1, 7 out of it, scrubbed on rigorously. Round about the quarter pole, 1 and 7 have been trading blows every step of the way. And Make Noise is threatening to put away hey, Captain Jack. Meanwhile, Bricklayer's right behind that one. And on the far outside, Bourbon Aficionado and Burning Leaves finishing nicely with Mulberry Street. That's it for the white horse. And up goes Bricklayer. Bricklayer at 2.5 to 1. Leads it by 1.5. Burning Leaves 6 to 1. Surging! Burning Leaves photo! 2 and 4, and it's so tight.
Photo sign up on the board, 140.89, that finishing time. Judges will examine a photograph. 4 horse, second choice at 5 to 2. The 2 horse, 6 to 1. They hit it together. We have an answer. The winner is the Churchill Shipper, the 4 Bricklayer, In Time. 4-2, 5 and 3. Still unofficial, hold 'em all. Race number 3, official and cashable. $7.60 for your win ticket on Bricklayer. Trifecta paid $27.45. 10-cent super, $17.91. The double, 5 and 4, returned $22.60. That pick 3, $40.60. Exact at $22.90. Up next, the camels will be on display. If you're here at Canterbury, head down towards that winner's circle Paul Allen will paint the picture as the Camels will take center stage on Extreme Day here very shortly. After getting a nice bath, we're set to welcome the winner of race 3 into the winner's enclosure. He is the 4 Bricklayer, a 3-year-old bay colt by Always Dreaming, a Derby winner out of Haas, Fold in Kentucky. The winning owner, Larry Gorno Jr. The winning trainer is Matt Williams. And the winning jockey is our top jockey at Canterbury, Luis Fuentes. Congratulations to the victorious connections of Bricklayer.
Racing, all popped well, save Mulberry Street, who leapt to his back feet a bit as the gates open. And hey, Captain Jack flies out of the gate. Jack's looking for the lead. And hey, Captain Jack closest to the rail, pulls them along by a neck, joined by Serato, and the White Horse Make Noise is making noise with alacrity on the early lead. And they have 3/4 of a mile to go, and now the bookenders settle into a battle. After that, Burning Leaves in search of 2 in a row, 4 lengths from a very fair, if not slow early pace. That one's to the inside of Bricklayer in search of 2 in a row. Bourbon Aficionado is 5 lengths, maybe 6 from the front, and then it's Mulberry Street in the new colors, 7 lengths out of it. And with a half mile to travel, Make Noise and Kelsey Hard to the outside of Hey, Captain Jack and Eddie G. And those two continue to travel right together. Serato's behind them. Then we come back to Bricklayer to the outside of Burning Leaves, Mulberry Street. Bourbon Aficionado at 2.5 to 1, 7 out of it, scrubbed on rigorously. Round about the quarter pole, 1 and 7 have been trading blows every step of the way. And Make Noise is threatening to put away Hey, Captain Jack. Meanwhile, Bricklayer's right behind that one. And on the far outside, Bourbon Aficionado and Burning Leaves finishing nicely with Mulberry Street. That's it for the White Horse. And up goes Bricklayer. Bricklayer at 2.5 to 1. Leads it by 1.5. Burning Leaves 6 to 1. Surging. Burning Leaves photo. 2 and 4, and it's so tight. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Extreme Day at Canterbury Park. We now are happy to present some of the most regal, majestic, and well-bred camels the world has ever known. Straight from the United Arab Emirates, otherwise known as the Dubai. These camels are provided by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, courtesy of Maktoum Al Maktoum and Godolphin Stables. This is a non-parimutuel wagering event. However, side bets are strongly encouraged. And now, let's meet the lineup for the first of 3 exotic animal races. First, we have the camels. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1 is Camel Race, ridden by Canterbury Park's chaplain, Sally Mixon. And Sally gallops horses in the morning, so she probably won't need divine intervention to win this race. Our chaplain, Miss Sally Mixon. And the leg up has been established. Number 2 is Aladdin. This one is ridden by one of our leading owners at Canterbury, representing Rocket Wrench Stables. He is Justin Revac. Aladdin and Rocket Wrench, ladies and gentlemen. Now, he does not gallop horses in the morning, but he has a nice seat on that camel. Next, number 3 is Camel Libre. This one is ridden by former Eden Prairie police officer. She's tough as nails. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Miss Stacy Boyer with Camel Libre. Now, she's wearing silks that on one side are Vikings colors, the other side are Dallas Cowboys colors. So we're rooting for the right side to lose and the left side to win. Well, at least with the silks we are, okay? Let's not cancel anybody right now. And number 4, ladies and gentlemen, Sahara Smiles. This one is ridden by somebody who comes from a pedigree and lineage of horse racing, for she is the daughter of Canterbury Immortality Troy Bethke. Ladies and gentlemen, Sahara Smiles is ridden by Olivia Bethke. Round of applause for Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum's camels and our fantastic riders. Now take a look at them and take a look at their strides, or lack thereof, as it is hot, and determine which one is set to get over the hump and make a side wager on the grandstand apron with friends and or family members. It is Canterbury Park. We always encourage you to bet more so you can win more. Kamala Harris and S.J. Mix. Aladdin and one of the leading owners. Camel Libre and the former cop who's a Cowboy fan. And Sahara Smiles with the trainer's daughter who's been around horses all of her life. This could be a life changer. They're behind the gate. And they're sticking out those long necks, which I really could have used last race with burning leaves. And Kamala Harris is going to be the first in line. Carlisle and Kiros overseeing the situation by the gate so everything's in control. Now the riders have dismounted. Assumedly they will remount and guide these camels to immortality.
Unfortunately. You want to
Okay, the Camels are finding their spots. Get those side bets in. The starter Kitos has signed off. Carlisle has signed off. Representatives for Maktoum, Al Maktoum are running to their spots, and there will be bountiful photo opportunities in the winner's circle following said heat. The Camels are composed.
You ready?
He's not looking. He's not looking.
We're about ready.
Hey, hold on.
Camel's head straight.
Yeah, but my camel, he's not straight. Oh, okay. Just pull.
Final instructions from the lead representative. And there they go in the Camel Classic. And Sally Mixon and Kamala Harris have come out like champions. Olivia Bethke and Sahara Smiles trying to cut into it late. After that, the former cop and Camel Libre. And now the Abijah charge has turned around. And all Olivia has to do is get Sahara Smiles. And here comes Revac out of nowhere to win. Aladdin, ridden by one of our leading owners, Justin Revac, finds a way to get the Rocket Wrench colors into the winner's circle. Holy cow, what happened there? Sally Mixon, the Canterbury chaplain and with Abijahs, had a secretariat-like lead. And then all of a sudden, Kamala Harris said, no, I'm not interested. Take that as you may. And when Sahara Smiles had a chance to win, Olivia could not rouse the camel to victory. That's where Kamala Harris went pear-shaped. Sally, the adroit horseman, stayed on. Olivia can't get her camel to change leads. And here comes the only one in the race who I don't believe has ever ridden a horse. Holy cow, what a spine tingler that was. Sally Mixon, Kamala Harris, with a rousing, wonderful effort. How about a round of applause for all of the people providing the camels, the riders, making these memories. Photo opportunities in the winner's circle coming up shortly. First in, Sahara Smiles and Olivia Bethke, followed by Stacy Boyer and Camel Libre, Justin Revac and Aladdin, and Sally Mixon and Kamala Harris. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was awesome.
Welcome back to the paddock as we now get ready for race 4. We're 1/3 of the way through this 9-race bonanza with some outstanding, wide-open betting races later in the card. I thought this would be one of the more formful races, but I think as the card progresses, race 5 specifically, wide open for trifectas, superfectas, those type of bets. If you're live in the pick 5, there hasn't been any gimmies like we saw yesterday. There's been some lower priced horses, but if you can get a price along the way here, I think the first 5 could still pay. And now we get set to start another great sequence here with race number 4. Turf course upgraded to firm. It's a firm turf now, so keep that in mind as we handicap. These are maidens. These are fillies and mares. When you hear the word maiden, they're looking for their very first win of their career. So a lot of these horses are lightly raced, still figuring things out. And we'll start with number 1, Freeloading Sista. Luis Valenzuela gets the call for Brian Velasquez. This horse has 2 good starts, both on dirt. Has shown speed of late, draws the inside, but has never raced on the grass. So we'll see how the Fairmeadows shipper does now moving to the turf. I would expect some early alacrity out of the 1, and she'll likely be a big price come post time. Number 2 is Miss You No More. Morales gets the call for Stetson Rushton. That's a great horse racing name, isn't it? Stetson Rushton. Just feels like something you'd see in one of those cowboy movies with Kevin Costner. This horse, second off the layoff on the stretch out, bred very, very nicely for the turf. The bloodlines tell me that this horse should enjoy the switch of surface today, and I think one of those under-the-radar sneaky long shots to mix into your exotic wagering. Melanie T is the 4 with our top jockey, Luis Fuentes. The pesky part is she's had 12 different chances to break the maiden, but she's been sure knocking at that door. 3 seconds and a third in her last 4, so she's right there. You can see the form cycle, right now has her on the edge of success. But now they switch surfaces, and the bloodlines are decent for the turf. I would expect this would be a horse that kind of be mid-pack. She's got enough speed to stay within touch, and clearly she's in very good form right now. As I look through this race, I was going to try to beat CC's Heart. I had this horse last time and had my heart broken after a very difficult start out of the gate. But if you've listened to me at any point this season, you know my affection for the barn. I'm a big fan of Gary Shearer and the way he takes care of his equine athletes. And I know this horse has talent. And last time out, she really got in her own way out of the gate, and she broke slow. And she had to hustle up to set the pace, and she figured to get tired late. And she did, and she got beat. In fact, the outside horse, the 8 horse here, Mark of Victory, went right on by her in the stretch. With a sharp break today, with the Silva stride, I think she can take them all the way. But boy, the opening part of the race is going to be so critical for CC's Heart. She can't make that mistake again, and she looks outstanding down here in the paddock for Gary Shearer. Number 6 is Angela's Tout, and I like the Tout. It's an interesting angle here on Tapatara. Quinones gets the call for Rengsdorf, and Winchester Place Thoroughbreds, one of the best owners in the business. They win all over the country, including places like Churchill Downs and Kentucky Downs, where this horse has competed. So she's got a class edge. There's an angle there that Ange will discuss in a bit. And if you're looking for a little long shot to spice up your exotic wagers, I think that 6 is a very nice place to go. 7 is not racing. She is scratched. 8 is a major factor here. This is Mark of Victory. Eduardo Gallardo for Valerie Lund. The trainer is popping at 20%. The jockey's been outstanding. Now, there's 2 ways to look at this horse. If you're a glasses half full person and you're always looking at the sunny side of life, this horse has raced 13 times and finished in the top 3 9 out of 13 times. That's super hard to do. Now, if you're a glasses half empty person and maybe things aren't always so rosy in your world, this horse has had 13 tries. Why hasn't she won yet, right? With all those on-the-board finishes, why hasn't she won? She lost last time by a desperate neck in a photo. In fact, she beat the horse I'm touting from post 5. She beat CC's Heart. So there's an angle there. She's in good form, and she'll likely be charging from the back of the stretch. That's why they call it gambling, folks. You got to make up your mind and put your money where your affections lie. Can anyone beat CC's Heart looking to sail away on the front end? Very intriguing maiden race. Someone's going to get their first career victory. We still have ostriches after race 5. We still have zebras after race 7. And we still have a kid race after race 9. The fun and games never ends, and you're enjoying it at this wonderful facility we call Canterbury Park.
And the call to the post brings them onto the John Deere dirt. Then these maidens head to the firm turf course for race number 4. Scratch numbers 3, Day Trip Selfie, and 7, Holy Moly Shipman. Race number 4 is 5 minutes from now. And the 4th race is provided by Jim Beam, Elegant, Smooth, Refined. We also thank Busch Light for 2024 CBY sponsorship. Ladies and gentlemen, dust off your cowboy boots and grab your favorite hat as we saddle up for a wild ride. It's coming up the 19th and the 20th. It is the first Ram Trucks Rodeo right here at Canterbury Park, produced by Extreme Events Minnesota. Pre-party begins at 5 with live music. Rodeo action starts at 7, and you can save $5 when you buy tickets in advance at canterburypark.com or scan the QR code on screens now. It is now post time. Post time for race number 4. Turf time as they move in. Mark of Victory, the last in line. Stand by. Turf time. And they're racing. Melania T comes out of the gate fast at 4.5 to 1. Melania T and Fuentes take the lead. After that, Freeloading Sista. Freeloading Sista, 21 to 1, trying to hit blackjack with CC's Heart assuming second. After that, we come back about a length and a half to a very headstrong Miss You No More. Miss You No More had to be guided to the outside by Morales and now is in the clear and advancing to third to the outside of Freeloading Sista. Then we come back to Mark of Victory just in front of Tapatera. And the field is covered by 10 as they head up the barn side and taking the lead and owning it by 2, Melania T. Melania T and Canterbury's leading rider Luis Fuentes settle into a smooth rhythmic stride, leading it by nearly 3. CC's Heart lay second. After that, Freeloading Sista, Miss You No More still in the clear. CC's Heart making a move on the speed. After that, Tapatera and Mark of Victory's running on from only 4 lengths out of it at even money, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and Melania T still shows the way at 8 to 1. Melania T, able to call all the shots on the early lead, still owns it. Outside of that, CC's Heart bearing down on the speed. Mark of Victory thinks today is the day, and we have 3 in a line as they come surging down the Canterbury Park stretch. And up goes CC's Heart. Mark of Victory desperately trying to get by. CC's Heart is on the wrong lead, but in the right place, the winner's circle. The fourth race is official. In the winner's enclosure, CC's Heart and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner, Terry Hamilton, and the winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shear. Final time, 138.17. On to the fifth, following race 5, the Ostriches race on the dirt track. Race number 5, also on said John Deere dirt. In this one, scratch numbers 9 and 12. 9 and 12 are out. The fifth race begins our second pick 5 on the final 5 live races today, and it's only 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Melania T comes out of the gate fast at 4.5 to 1. Melania T and Fuentes take the lead. After that, Freeloading Sista. Freeloading Sista, 21 to 1, trying to hit Blackjack with CC's Heart assuming second. After that, we come back about 1.5 lengths to a very headstrong Miss You No More. Miss You No More had to be guided to the outside by Morales, and now is in the clear and advancing to third to the outside of Freeloading Sista. Then we come back to Mark of Victory just in front of Tapatera. And the field is covered by 10 as they head up the barn side. And taking the lead and owning it by 2, Melania T. Melania T and Canterbury's leading rider, Luis Fuentes, settle into a smooth, rhythmic stride, leading it by nearly 3. CC's Heart lay second. After that, Freeloading Sista. Miss You No More still in the clear. CC's Heart making a move on the speed. After that, Tapatera and Mark of Victory's running on from only 4 lengths out of it at even money, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and Melania T still shows the way at 8 to 1. Melania T able to call all the shots on the early lead, still owns it. Outside of that, CC's Heart bearing down on the speed. Mark of Victory thinks today is the day, and we have 3 in a line as they come surging down the Canterbury Park stretch, and up goes CC's Heart. Mark of Victory desperately trying to get by. CC's Heart is on the wrong lead, but in the right place, the winner's circle. Audible at 2-1 is surging home on the outside. That's it for the 2 filly. Big Kitty between them. RNR Audible and Roman take the lead and streak right on by. RNR had no need to call an audible. The play was win. And Ms. Callie inside Pacific Zip, far outside with her boots on, and now Noble Tess has asked the question and she said no, she's all done. Pacific Zip falls into the lead. Ms. Callie between them, and here's with her boots on at 2-1, chasing in vain. Pacific Zip did it nicely. Away, hey, Captain Jack. Meanwhile, Bricklayer's right behind that one. And on the far outside, Bourbon Aficionado and Burning Leaves finishing nicely with Mulberry Street. That's it for the White Horse. And up goes Bricklayer. Bricklayer at 2.5-1. Leads it by 1.5. Burning Leaves 6-1. Surging! Burning Leaves photo! 2 and 4, and it's so tight. CC's Heart bearing down on the speed. Mark of Victory thinks today is the day, and we have 3 in a line as they come surging down the Canterbury Park stretch. And up goes CC's Heart. Mark of Victory desperately trying to get by. CC's Heart is on the wrong lead, but in the right place. The winner's circle. Ostrich Racing about 20 minutes from now on television monitors or the big screen in the infield. Which ostrich do you think will win? Take a peek at Twinkle Toes, Lanky, Wobble Wobble, Ozzy, and or Noodle. Scan the QR code and vote away for your favorite ostrich. They take off about 20-ish minutes from now.
Welcome back to the sultry Sunday afternoon paddock. We get set for all kinds of great activity. We're roughly halfway through the fun and games, but we got a really cool back end of activities here, starting with race 5. We've got the late pick 5, the final 5 that starts right here. I looked at the prices for the early one, and they're paying, and they're really paying nicely without any big long shots. And I still think we've got some long shot potential on the back half of the card. As PA mentioned, we've got those pesky ostriches coming. Then we've got the zebras And by the way, a tip of the hat, or microphone as it would be, to our tip sheet guy here at Canterbury. When you walk in and you spend $2 on a roadmap to help you find financial success, how about that guy? Super Stats Dave, one of the nicest human beings on the planet. 4 races, 4 top pick winners. He's also sitting on some pick 5 potential with his tip sheet. So again, we all have great opinions. We all have different ways of handicapping. But when a guy's 4 for 4, halfway to sweeping the card, I got to give him a real big tip of the microphone. Well done, Super Stats. We'll see if he can get the 2-horse home here and go a perfect 5 for 5 in the early 5. We'll start, though, with number 1, Just Ask Joel. Nancy Sheehan, the conditioner, Miguel Fuentes Jr., the pilot. Inside post, and again, look at this distance, 1 mile. It's a short run into that first turn, so position is going to matter in a route race. Maybe they can scrape the paint, save all that ground, and bring home a bomb on a Sunday afternoon. Right now on the board at a juicy 15-1. I mentioned the hot handicapper today is Super Stats Dave. He's got the 2 on top. The old ship and dip, Tomo Tado. This horse came to Canterbury, is taking a significant class drop, and oh, by the way, the trainer is the owner, Wade Rarick, so they're playing the game. That's how the game is played. When you can put a horse in a good spot for victory, you can, if it gets claimed, you get the winner's purse and you get the claim money. And the top jockey agrees with this dip in class. Luis Fuentes is here, and they are going to be tough to beat at 2-1. Number 3 is Insatatus. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Stacy Rushton, who's also the trainer and owner. 10-1, and again, Kelsey's been bringing some bombs in all year. The average mutual price on a Kelsey Haar winner this year is up over $30. Well done, young lady. Number 4 is Political Riot. Makes a lot of sense on paper. VW. Speaking of nice human beings, she's as good as it gets, and she's got Chad Lindsay astride. Horse has good tactical speed, should be in great position. I think the 4 is one of the horses to beat at 9-2. My power play today is the 5, Pass the Cat, for my guy Vic Hansen. It's a Minnesota bred against Open Company. It's a big closer who looked good right off the bench, and he looks good in the paddock today. He'll be far back early, but just wait for it. He'll make a run. He'll come charging when they turn for home. We'll see if Luis Valenzuela can time it right and get us all that money at 3-1. 6 is Brickbat. Roman has got a win on the card. He looks to do it again here for the Rushton gang. This horse also should be mid-pack and able to make a big move around the turn. Bel Ragazzo, look at this, 9-2 on the 7 was the morning line. You're getting 10-1, now 9-1 up on the board. On that alone, mix this horse into your tries and supers. That's way too big a price on that 7. 8, Merlin's Sister. There's our girl, Sophia Barandella. She's got to make the most of limited mounts. She's an excellent rider, and when you give her a chance, she can get the job done. We'll see what Merlin's Sister can do with our girl, Sophia. She's on that gorgeous gray. Speed of the Speed might be the 10. Emergency Response. Pena could be dictating terms in the 10, makes a very nice impression. Good muscle, excellent coat, and in this summer heat, not too much sweat. I like the way the 10 looked in the paddock, and holy cow, way too big a price at 12-1. That horse will be in my exactas and my tries. 11 is Tiger Hunter. This horse always gets a slice. G-Rod's going to have to work out a trip. I don't love the post, but I do like the horse. The horse has a real shot. What fun we're going to have here. After this race, here come the Ostriches, but it's race 5. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Into the post parade now for the 5th. This begins our final 5, our second of two 50-cent pick 5s with a nation low takeout of 10%. Turf course firm. And the main track is fast for race number 5. Without numbers 9 and 12, they scratched.
Very, very quickly before we get to race number 5, I'm going to talk about a horse coming up in race number 6. We don't have much time, so we'll just get right to it. Number 9, Ms. Coronado Chrome in race number 6. She's one of 2 from the Tony Rengstorff camp, but one of them did scratch out of here. There's 2 from Winchester Place as well. They're the 2 that I used in the late pick 5. But Ms. Coronado Chrome represents an angle that's pretty good for Tony Rengstorff. You see that? That is a big layoff. She took all of 2023 off and came back this June, returning to the turf course where she broke her maiden. Miss Coronado Chrome, though, has this on her side. These are Winchester Place, trained by Tony Rengstorff horses, second off a long layoff. They are 11 for 27. That's 41% with a solid ROI for every $2 that you bet on them. And that's the case for one that we saw earlier on the card not run as well, and Ms. Coronado Chrome today. Now, this was her maiden breaking effort, and yes, it was in 2022. For some reason, the video won't play, but that's the angle. And quickly, that is that pick 5 ticket that I mentioned before. 4-5 with 9-11 with 1-2-3 with 3-5-6-8 with 2-7. You don't have much of any time left to put these in. You got a 5-2 favorite and pass the cat. Good luck.
The runners are arriving at the starting gate, and it is post time. Past the cat, currently the win wagering favorite in this big field. Starting right in front of us, if you're on the grandstand apron. Always quite the spectacle. Rail birding it, watching them load and subsequently blast. Tiger Hunter last in. And the gate. And they're racing. Just Ask Joel at 40-1 wins the start to the inside, and Just Ask Joel flashes keen speed. Inky Tatus is the gray, now grabbing the lead for a second because Emergency Response is in a hurry. An Emergency Response, that 10 at 15-1, charges up to the outside of Inky Tatus, and they stride away 2.5, 3 from Political Riot. 2.5, 3 after that, we have Brick Bat. That one's now 7 lengths behind Emergency Response. Then it's Just Ask Joel in front of Toma Todo. 2.5, 3 clear from Tiger Hunter. That one's to the inside of Bel Ragazzo. Then we come way back to Past the Cat, second last. Merlin's Sister last. And those two are about 16 and 19 from the lead. And the lead still belongs to Emergency Response. That one's trying to say bye-bye. Inky Tatus is the gray to the inside. And those two are 6 lengths away from Political Riot. 2.5 clear from Past the Cat. Check that, from Brick Bat. Brick Bat starting to feel the heat as Tiger Hunter's running on quickly, and so is Past the Cat on the outside. The Cat is beginning to purr at 6-1, just blowing by Bel Ragazzo. Inky Tatus is in trouble. Outside Political Riot. Here comes Past the Cat trying to pass them all, and Tiger Hunter is surging on the inside, but it's Past the Cat and LAV Luis Valenzuela striding away to a 6-1 victory. Number 5, Past the Cat, first. Second, 11, Tiger Hunter. Third, 4, Political Riot. Fourth, 6, Brick Bat. We had a claim in race number 5, a claim in race 5. Information shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the third place finisher, Political Riot, was claimed by trainer Joel Burnt. The owner, Rudy Abrego Cuvevo. Number 4, Political Riot claimed for $4,000. The fifth race, official. The first pick 5 paid $510. The first pick 5 paid $510, and the second begins with a 6-1 outsider. Into the winner's enclosure comes Past the Cat and Luis Valenzuela. This one is owned by Bar VH Ranch. That's Vic Hansen, who also is the winning trainer. The winning trainer, Vic Hansen. Past the Cat is a 6-year-old bay son of Revolutionary out of Sabella. Bred in Minnesota by Woodmere Farm. Race number 6 takes place after Ostrich Racing. And race 6 is provided by Kim Crawford Wines and Hormel. We also thank Greystone Construction, Gallagher, and Fairfield Inn. Ostrich Racing, Kevin Gorg on lead vocals coming up very soon. Nice pick, Spotty. And they're racing. Just Ask Joel at 40-1 wins the start to the inside, and Just Ask Joel flashes keen speed. Inky Tatus is the gray, now grabbing the lead for a second because Emergency Response is in a hurry. An Emergency Response, that 10 at 15-1, charges up to the outside of Inky Tatus, and they stride away 2.5, 3 from Political Riot. 2.5, 3 after that, we have Brick Bat. That one's now 7 lengths behind Emergency Response. Then it's Just Ask Joel in front of Toma Todo. 2.5, 3 clear from Tiger Hunter. That one's to the inside of Bel Ragazzo. Then we come way back to Pass the Cat, second last. Merlin's Sister last. And those two are about 16 and 19 from the lead. And the lead still belongs to Emergency Response. That one's trying to say bye-bye. Inky Tatus is the gray to the inside. And those two are 6 lengths away from Political Riot. 2.5 clear from Pass the Cat. Check that, from Brick Bat. Brick Bat starting to feel the heat as Tiger Hunter's running on quickly, and so is Pass the Cat on the outside. The Cat is beginning to purr at 6-1, just blowing by Bel Ragazzo. Inky Tatus is in trouble. Outside Political Riot. Here comes Pass the Cat trying to pass them all, and Tiger Hunter is surging on the inside, but it's Pass the Cat and LAV Luis Valenzuela striding away to a 6-1 victory.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here come the ostriches. And the riders have assembled, and let's meet them ostrich by ostrich. The rider on number 1 is Twinkle Toes, ridden by Miguel Arroyo. Number 2, Lanky, ridden by Fausto da Silva. The heavy favorite at 1-2 is Wobble, ridden by G-Rod. 4 is Ozzy, ridden by Jada Bowers. And 5, Noodle, ridden by Nicole Didier. These pilots have been warned that these are a feisty bird. You don't want to get too close to the ostriches, kids. They're fun to watch, but they are very, very cantankerous. Yeah, keep that up. Keep the gate up here. Let's keep these birds away from the announcer. The riders now are heading down to the starting gate. Twinkle Toes is the 1. Lanky is the 2. Wobble, the betting favorite, is the 3. Ozzy the 4, and Noodle the 5. As we mentioned earlier, there's no pari-mutuel wagering, but we always welcome side bets. Get your family and friends together. Throw some money together. Maybe there's 5 of you, each throwing a couple of bucks, and the winner takes the pot. There's ways to bet it as the ostriches are getting linked up with their riders, and we are soon going to have the dash down the Canterbury stretch. Those birds are under wraps right now. The handlers are getting the jockeys in position. Wait till you see these birds. They are fun to watch, but they are feisty. All right, there goes Amber Carlisle. She'll help out at the starter's gate. The birds are loading in. Here they come. Out of that truck and into the starting gate. As you can see, we've got a nice gap in between each ostrich. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Breaking from post 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9. A little gap in between each bird. They put the fencing up. The first bird has gone in. Twinkle Toes was the first to load. And there's a little issue now trying to get that second bird in, Lanky. Lanky's a little feisty. Hello there. Look at that guy. How you doing? Peeking over the starting gate, getting to see the assignment. It's about a football field here for these ostriches to navigate. A couple more birds left to load. Arroyo on the inside. Da Silva's on the 2. G-Rod's on the 3. Jada Bowers on the 4. And little Nicole Didier on the 5. Couple more birds left to load. We've got a race. This is a very critical juncture here. They've got to get these pilots comfortable. It's one thing to ride a horse. It's another thing to ride an ostrich. You can see those 2 inside birds are behaving nicely in the starting gate. Twinkle Toes and Lanky are comfortable. We're waiting on Wobble, the favorite. Jockey's getting some final assignments. You can see the professional ostrich handlers are running down towards the end. They'll corral those birds after the race. We're almost ready. Get those side bets in. We're just inside a minute now to ostrich racing. They're getting instructions, but those birds are getting antsy in the gate. I understand that right now is a critical juncture because those birds are ready to run. And the final instructions now for these pilots on how to navigate and keep these birds straight and strong. It's not an easy assignment. You can see the ostriches comfortable in the gate. That's a good look at Noodle. Hello, Noodle. Hello, Newman. All right, the pilots now with some final encouragement, and they'll get set to meet their riding partners here. Ostrich racing now, zebras after race 7, kids. Yes, the kids every Sunday take to the main track after race 9. There go the pilots. Here they come. Nicole up on that 5. There goes Miguel on the inside, Twinkle Toe. There goes De Silva. He's up on the 2. Here comes G-Rod. He's on the 3. Waiting on Jada Bowers. We're almost set for a race. We'll see if the jockeys can hang on for dear life. The Ostriches have been ready. They're loaded up and ready to race. Oh, G-Rod. G-Rod getting roughed up in post 3. He's back on. Well-behaved Lanky in post 2. All set here now. There's a hush over the crowd. The birds have met their pilots. Oh, there goes G-Rod. Rodriguez off the 3. That 3 bird is feisty. That's the hot favorite, Wobble. They're going to back him out. We'll have a momentarily delay here. Assistant starters have been called in. The other birds are sitting nicely in their starting gate. Impressive that the other 4 pilots are still sitting aboard without much trouble. Wobble's a stubborn bird. He's decided to sit down on the job. G-Rod waiting behind the gate, probably wondering what he was getting into today. Wobble just having a seat on a Sunday afternoon. Other birds, Twinkle Toes, Lanky, Ozzy, and Noodle, comfortable in that starting gate with their jockey. They've got Wobble back up, and they got G-Rod back on. This should be interesting. And we're almost ready for Ostrich Racing on Extreme Day 2024. And there they go, and Wobble, a disaster out of the gate. Here comes Lanky, inside Twinkle Toes. Arroyo's down, and Lanky takes the lead. Lanky from Wobble, who's recovered. Lanky trying to go, he loses the jockey. Wobble said he loses the jockey. It's mass chaos, the birds win. No jockey wins. The Ostriches win this race because none of the jockeys could finish the race. All bets are returned. And they tried hard. Give them a round of applause. These pilots did the best they could. And these Ostriches said, we're running the show here today, guys and gals. Oh my. Well done, jocks. Well done. Here's a look back at where it all went wrong for Lanky, who was home and cooled out with about 20 yards to go. And then we call this the fumble. Snatching defeat from the claws of victory right here. Oh no. Lanky and De Silva. Now look at this. There's Wobble. He's ready to win. And he falls off. And one by one, the Ostriches said, no mas. We will be back after race 7 for the Zebras. That's going to be one tough act to follow. Those Ostriches, as advertised, awesome indeed.
Hey, welcome back to the Canterbury Park Paddock. It's Angela Herman and Paul Allen, 2/3 of the Steam team, filling in for Senor Spotty. Excellent work on the Ostrich call by Kevin Gorg, but he gets this paddock off for the awesome pick of Pass the Cat. I mean, that one went off at 6-1. That's a heck of a pick, Senor Spotty. So we're on to race number 6, and we're on to the turf. Scratch numbers 1, 2, and 3. I saw the angle. I saw Ange's angle. Ms. Coronado Chrome, very fairly priced right now. It's 16-1. What do you like about this 9?
Well, I can't lie. I don't like the way that she's handling the heat coming over here, but it's the fact that Tony Rengstorff is really good with horses like this for Winchester Place in their second start off a layoff. And she had been off for a long time, took all of 2023 off, and came back here in her June of her 5-year-old year. It wasn't, an outstanding performance like when breaking her maiden, but she wasn't beaten too far. And Tony is 19 for 63, second off 180-day layoff, but 8 for 20 specifically, doing it for Winchester Place. And their horses from this family especially seem to like our turf course a lot. So I was looking for a bit of value. But like I said, I want to see her maybe show a little bit more energy out here. I guess that she is, but frankly, she got very hot coming over from the receiving barn.
Sounds good enough to eat. Number 4 is Master Jane. Stetson Rushton won the last race yesterday. Good luck here. 2 practicals. Number 5, trainer Mac Robertson won 5 times last night. Then we get to number 6, Altar Girl, who's on the screen. This is Kelsey, number 6. What do you think?
Altar Girl ran really well last time on the front end. That was on the dirt, though, and this filly's going to be making her turf debut. Should be interesting because she is drawn just to the outside of inside of Fashion Idol and Northern Angel. I would expect both of those to go towards the lead. I know you like one of them. I don't know if you had your eyes on a wire-to-wire trip, but it would seem to be a good tactic with Northern Angel or Fashion Idol, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you see Fashion Idol on the screen, picture of beauty. There's my selection, number 8, Northern Angel. I like the last 2 turf races. Luis Fuentes has a victory today, and the Rosine Barn has been high percentage the entire season. We talked about the 9. Number 10, Midnight Lane. This one took good early win wagering. Jack Gugasberg owns for trainer Joel Burnt. Handle this one, number 10. What do you think?
She closed beautifully last time. It's just she's had some bad luck at the post draw. I mean, this filly has gotten an outside sort of post. All 3 of her, in fact, all 4 of her last efforts, and both of the last 2 were over our turf. She could get just a little more luck. She could save some more ground, but she might be in store for another wide journey today, and that was my main concern with her. Otherwise, very much a player in this mix.
11, Hattie Bloom. The trainer's winning a bunch of late. Winchester, you already talked about the 9, but they're in winner circles all around the country. Hattie Bloom.
Yeah, they had the 1, the 9, and the 11 entered in here. Hattie Bloom is the speediest of those 3, or at least of the 2 that are left. The 1, Sunshine Fever, is out, but Hattie Bloom nearly took the field last time on the main track, wire to wire, but she took a maiden field, wire to wire, 2 back. That race would be good enough to score with these, and I think she's a major player out right now, 5-1.
12 is more Foxy, and 13, Scream Machine, with the scratches and everything. They let a trainer who won 5 times last night and a rider who won 5 times last night in the race, and this one is 12-1, Scream Machine.
First time around 2 turns, first time on the turf. Would definitely look for them to hit the gas from the outside and try to extricate themselves from the outside post. Could make things difficult for some speed horses who are inside.
The final pick 4 this week, and until we resume in a week and change, is just a few minutes from now. It's on races 6, 7, 8, and 9. Don't forget the kids run after race number 9. Couple of races for the kids, about 10 minutes after the last race each and every Sunday. And for Solioli on camera and Angela, along with Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Best of luck here with race 6.
On the track for race number 6. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and our final pick 4 of the afternoon. Stand by for our winners for our Culver's Kids. We've got multiple winners today for the Culver's Kids. Stand by. Each and every Sunday on Pepsi Family Day, we celebrate some of the youngsters in the crowd for our Culver's Kids of the Day. Culver's Kids receive a free kids meal with ice cream from Culver's, our favorite stop here just outside the racetrack. Thanks for sending all these awesome pictures in today. Here's winner number 1 for the Culver's Kid. Congratulations. You see some of the fun pictures throughout the racetrack of youngsters here celebrating. Winner number 2 with the awesome forehead paint. Culver's Kid number 2. She's a winner. And we've got one more coming your way here on Family Day. Winner number 3 for the Culver's Kids. Once again, thank you to our friends from Culver's for their great sponsorship of our racing product here in Minnesota. Each and every Sunday, come to the track, get those pictures scanned, and you might be a lucky winner too. Right now, the horses are warming up. They'll be at the starting gate in about 2 minutes. 2-minute warning now to get those bets in for the pick 4 in race 6.
Behind the 4.
More Foxy moving in. And Scream Machine will be the last in line. Zebra Racing following the 7th. Kids Run on the Track following the 9th. Couple of dashes at about 50 yards. Scream Machine goes in. Here they come. And they're racing. Absolutely perfect start. Northern Angel at 6-1 spreads the wings and tries to fly away, but there's speed to the outside, including Scream Machine with a jockey and trainer who each won 5 times last night, and now it's 17-1 with a killer crossover. Seraphin Carmona gets down to the inside, opens up by 3. That was Coy. After that, we have Hattie Bloom about a length and a half clear from More Foxy. Northern Angel sequestered, and to the inside of Fashion Idol. That's the 7 advancing. Right behind that one, 2 Practical under a very, very tight hold. Then Master Jane is that gray close to the rail to the inside of Midnight Lane. It's Jane and Lane, Lane and Jane. They're 8 lengths out of it. And splitting them is Altar Girl. And a close last is Ms. Coronado Chrome. Just 9 lengths from front to back, and they're still chasing Scream Machine. Scream Machine, Hattie Bloom, and Fashion Idol. They line up off the far turn. Northern Angel is full of run right behind the leading 3, but nowhere to go. Midnight Lane is circumnavigating to the outside of 2 Practical. Behind them is Master Jane, and they're coming home now, and it appears wide open. Widest of all, Midnight Lane's making a sweet move just to the outside of Fashion Idol. Northern Angel gets through to the inside. 2 Practical just got shut off badly and is full of run, and Master Jane's flying late. It is Fashion Idol. Fashion Idol, 2 Practical, best every step of the way, and prevails. Number 5, 2 Practical, ran first. 5-7 in a show photo. Five, 7, 10, 4. And race 6 is official. Some Boffo payoffs. Pick 3, 130 for $1. Exacta 22.30. Trifecta paid $36.50. The 10-cent Superfecta paid $181 for a dime. And the double paid $241 from race 5. Race number 7 takes off about 22 minutes from now. Scratch number 9 launched. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Quick Trip and QuickTrip.com, and also the Minnesota Lottery. Sally Mixon to the petting zoo. Sally Mixon to the petting zoo to claim your camel. Flattered earlier by CC's Heart, now she has won 2 in a row. To the winner's enclosure, 2 Practical and Fausto da Silva. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson, and the winning owner, Joy Gora's Tailored for Gold Stables. Behold, 2 Practical. And they're racing. Absolutely perfect start. Northern Angel at 6-1 spreads the wings and tries to fly away, but there's speed to the outside, including Scream Machine with a jockey and trainer who each won 5 times last night, and now it's 17-1 with a killer crossover. Serafin Carmona gets down to the inside, opens up by 3. That was Coy. After that, we have Hattie Bloom about a length and a half clear from more Foxy Northern Angel. Angel sequestered, and to the inside of Fashion Idol. That's the 7 advancing. Right behind that one, 2 Practical under a very, very tight hold. Then Master Jane is that gray close to the rail to the inside of Midnight Lane. It's Jane and Lane, Lane and Jane. They're 8 lengths out of it. And splitting them is Altar Girl. And a close last is Ms. Coronado Chrome. Just 9 lengths from front to back, and they're still chasing Scream Machine. Scream Machine, Hattie Bloom, and Fashion Idol. They line up off the far turn. Northern Angel is full of run right behind the leading 3, but nowhere to go. Midnight Lane is circumnavigating to the outside of 2 Practical. Behind them is Master Jane, and they're coming home now, and it appears wide open. Widest of all, Midnight Lane's making a sweet move just to the outside of Fashion Idol. Northern Angel gets through to the inside. 2 Practical just got shut off badly and is full of run, and Master Jane's flying late. It is Fashion Idol. Fashion Idol, 2 Practical, best every step of the way, and prevails.
Oh, Mouse is rocking it. Eric Clapton, old school. The Color of Money. Yes, sir, Tom Cruise. And Paulie Newman, what a great movie that was. So well done. That cheered me up in the heat. Race 7, 5.5 furlongs, starter, optional claimer. And I got to tell you, write down this name, Too Practical, who we just saw win in race number 6, is going to be a good thing. Mac Robertson's got a nice one there. Paul Allen talked during his race call about how the horse was much the best through every step of the race. Couldn't have been a better race call either, because that horse had some traffic, got stopped, got steadied, and still won easily. Lightly raced horse. The Daddy Practical joke was a Chad Brown trainee. I think Too Practical's got some real upside. So Mac's having a heck of a weekend, man. Tip of the hat to one of our all-time best trainers. That is a racehorse I want to keep an eye on. But now we segue to our final pick 3, races 7, 8, and 9. Yes, we've got the Zebras coming up. Yes, we've got the Quick Trip Clip for Kip. But right now we focus on the past performances, and my top pick here is the 1, Heroic Song. We get Luis Fuentes. We get Mike Beeler. I love the connections. I know the owners. And we get a horse that's got good stalking speed. And at this distance, I think the misnomer a lot of times is just find the horse that's going to make the lead, and it's just too short a race, the speedball wins. And sometimes that's true, but a lot of times they go too quick early, and someone's sitting there poised to pounce. I think Heroic Song makes some sweet music on this Sunday and gets the money today. The horse to catch, in my opinion, is the horse to beat. The speedball, number 2, Philo Badeau. This horse can absolutely fly out of the gate. G-Rod fits him like a glove. And by the way, the trainer's a Hall of Famer. Burnell Roan knows his way to the winner's circle. He's been there a time or two. Philo Badeau will be loose. Philo Badeau is going to be hard to keep out of the trifecta or exacta. I'm going to try to get him with the 1, but if he wins, I will not be surprised. And I can't believe he's 4-1 right now. What a price on Philo Badeau. 3 is In Honor of Autism. This is Angela's top pick, and boy, her jockey's doing good things this weekend. Serafin Carmona last night just put a 5 spot on him. That was awesome to watch. Horse is doing the old ship and dip. Yep, Jeff Bidet special. Ships in from Arizona. She talked about it. Howbeit, the horse that beat this horse the last 2 times out would be 1-9 against this bunch. And this horse was competitive. So if we get the same horse In Honor of Autism that we saw last time, going to be right in the mix. Love the tout. 9-2 on the Herminator Steam. Number 4 is Lucky Smile. Valerie Lund trains and owns. She puts the hood on, dons the blinkers for this. Lots of speed, turf to dirt. Interesting angle here. If you like 14-1, climb aboard. Number 5 is Hightail Cowboy for PA, looking to high step into the winner's circle. Our track announcers found some big prices this summer. This guy's very alacritive down here in the paddock. He's bouncing around like he's loving the Sunday heat. Look at those ears. See how those ears are north and south? That's a happy horse right there. Good-looking coat. Paul Allen's horse putting on a show down here in the paddock at 7-1. Number 6 is Top of My Game, Luis Valenzuela for Veronica Litvin. This horse last time out tried a race at a mile. I think Top of My Game will appreciate a shorter trip today. 7 is Tactical Attack. Superstats is on this one. He's had a weekend. Gallardo gets the call. Drop in class, 3rd off the layoff, and he gets that tracking trip from just behind the front markers. Very live for Statsy at 3-1. Number 8 is Elliot Ness. Elliot Ness is trained by the Ramachers gang and ridden by De Silva. And De Silva is, I tell you what, he's putting on quite a show with some of his rides today, too. He's been outstanding. Couple of real nice winners for De Silva, and including that most recent one on Too Practical. He's got a couple nice turf wins. Elliot Ness has outside attack speed. And last time out at Prairie Meadows was facing $46,000 allowance company, albeit against state breds. But that horse clearly has faced better competition with those pretty pink silks to match the pink numbering. If you like the pink on a Sunday, you're going to love the looks of the outside marker. What a race we've got here. 5.5 furlongs, starter, optional, claimer. 3 great horse races left. We got zebras, we got kid races, we got it all. But right now, we got to talk about race 7. You got to get those bets in on this sultry Sunday afternoon. It's race 7 coming up. It's race 7 coming at you. And it's race 7 next.
The field for race number 7 are now on track with 5 minutes to post. Scratch number 9 launched.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down here to the winner's enclosure. These are the beautiful people, the lucky winners of free money from our friends at Quick Trip. They have placards in front. If their horse wins, they get a $100 card from Quick Trip. Second and third get $20. You can almost fill your tank right now with $20. It's outstanding. Here we go. Let's meet these contestants. Your name and where you're from.
Hey, I'm Sam. I'm from Brand, Minnesota.
Love to have you. All right, we got the happy 30th here. We got the tiara to prove it and all kinds of paraphernalia. Your name and where you're from, birthday boy.
My name's Blake. I'm from Walker, Minnesota.
Love Walker. Chase on the lake. Great spot. Check it out. Happy birthday to you.
I'm Jackie, and I'm from Woodbury, Minnesota.
We love Woodbury, Bielenberg Arena. Been there many times. It's lovely. All right, this guy looks very excited for his 4-horse, who's the longest shot on the board. Your name and skip where you're from. Just tell us who your favorite football team is.
I'm Alex, and my favorite football team is the Green Bay Packers.
What do we do to boo? Yes, we boo. We boo Packer fans, and when we find out they're Packer fans, we give them 20-1 shots that are up against it on paper. Your name and where you're from. We got to overcome this guy.
I am Christine, and I live in Silver Lake, Minnesota.
Silver Lake, lovely place to live. All right, I love the shirt. We got the mushrooms in play. Name and where you're from.
I'm AJ, and I'm from Hastings.
Hastings, H-Town. Hockey Day, not this year, but the next year. Can't wait to hang out in H-Town. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Kenna, and I'm from Chanhassen.
Chanhassen. How about your hockey team right now? They are rolling. All right, last but not least, we've got another one of the long shots, Elliot Ness. Now, this is a horse that ties into a movie with Kevin Costner. It's all good. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Chris, and I'm also from Woodbury.
Ah, love Woodbury. Give him a round of applause, except for the guy with the 4. These are the lucky winners. Thank you, Quick Trip.
They've reached the starting gate. It's race time. 7th at Canterbury Park. The Zebras rock and roll on the John Deere dirt. After that, Elliott Ness last in. Second last, that is. Lucky Smile will be the last in line.
It's a wasted piece of equipment anyway.
Last out, Elliott Ness. And they're racing. Number 2, Philo Beto stumbled badly and recovered quite nicely. Philo Beto looking to win 2 in a row. Flies up on the inside. Philo Beto. After that, Tactical Attack far outside. Elliott Ness. Riders looking for a triple. Behind them, Hightail Cowboy in search of 2 consecutive wins and heading the wrong way. Heroic Song is next, advancing. Outside of that, Lucky Smile with those shades. About a half clear from In Honor of Autism, 8 from the front, and a mile clear from Top of My Game. They're midway through the turn, approaching the top of the stretch. Philo Beto falls into the lead. Tactical Attack is next. Then we come back to Elliott Ness to the outside of Heroic Song. Then it's Tim Siegley, Hightail Cowboy between them. After that, Lucky Smile, and they're coming home now. Here comes the Cowboy with a rush to the outside of Heroic Song. Even wider out is Elliott Ness. Between them is Tactical Attack, Hightail Cowboy, and Heroic Song. But the Cowboy gets the money at 9-1. Photo finish. We have a photo finish, and we also have a claim, a $10,000 claim. Stand by. We have an answer, and the winner is number 5, Hightail Cowboy. 5167. Number 7, Tactical Attack was claimed. Number 7, Tactical Attack claimed for 10 grand. The new trainer, Jose Silva Jr., for owner Johnny Taboada. Number 7, Tactical Attack, 4th, tagged, 10K, Jose Silva Jr., Taboada. Seventh race official, and another 5 prevails. In the winner's circle, Hightail Cowboy and Franklin Sabalos. The winning owner and trainer, Bill Geddes Jr. We've run 7 races, and the number 5 has won 6. We will see how that impacts further evidence with race number 8. That's a half hour and change from now on the beautiful turf course. Scratch number 7, Braggadocious, for race number 8. Zebra racing on the John Deere dirt coming up very soon. Racing number 2, Philo Beto, stumbled badly and recovered quite nicely. Philo Beto looking to win 2 in a row, flies up on the inside. Philo Beto. After that, Tactical Attack far outside. Elliott Ness, riders looking for a triple. Behind them, Hightail Cowboy in search of 2 consecutive wins and heading the wrong way. Heroic Song is next, advancing. Outside of that, Lucky Smile with those shades. About a half clear from In Honor of Autism, 8 from the front, and a mile clear from Top of My Game. They're midway through the turn, approaching the top of the stretch. Philo Beto falls into the lead. Tactical Attack is next. Then we come back to Elliott Ness to the outside of Heroic Song. Then it's Tim Siegley, Hightail Cowboy between them. After that, Lucky Smile, and they're coming home now. Here comes the Cowboy with a rush to the outside of Heroic Song. Even wider out is Elliott Ness. Between them is Tactical Attack. Hightail Cowboy and Heroic Song. But the Cowboy gets the money at 9-1. Photo finish. We have a photo finish, and we also have a claim.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on your television monitors and parading in front of the grandstand, the exotic zebras have arrived. We've got a 4-pack of these beautiful black and white zebras ready to race for you today, led by number 1, Marty, who will be ridden by Emma Peterson and is 5-1 on the morning line. Number 2 is Barcode, ridden by Alexis Valdez with a morning line of 7-2. The favorite in this race is number 3, Zebretti Spaghetti, ridden by Girard Guillermo Rodriguez. And number 4, Zigzag, is the second choice at 5-2. Zigzag will be ridden by Jada Bowers. Unlike the ostriches, they are very well behaved, and they'll be very fun to ride, and the riders will be here soon, and we'll be ready to settle the bets. And again, you can't go to the window and bet, but you are strongly encouraged with your family and friends to throw some money in a pot, pick out a zebra you like, and the winner takes the pot home, maybe buys dinner before you leave Canterbury at places all over the racetrack. Here come the zebras one more time in front of the grandstand, ready to race on this sultry Sunday. It's got to feel like home for these zebras in this beautiful Shakopee sun. Riders are being assembled, and we are about 2 minutes from heading to the starting gate. So get those bets in, and which zebra do you like? Number 1 is Marty. Number 2 is Barcode. Number 3 is Zebretti Spaghetti. And number 4 is Zigzag. Zigzag. Here come the riders. We are getting close to a race. The riders set to assemble and hop on their zebras as we get to go to the starting gate and line up for this football field of a dash for these exotic animals in from Africa.
We need for one more, right?
We got one more rider to get. Emma, Alexis, Girard, and Jada are ready to take to the track with the zebras. Hey, here we go, here we go, here we go. Looking good. All right, riders, head to your respective zebras. Emma is on number 1, Marty. Alexis is on number 2, Barcode. Girard rides the 3, Zebretti Spaghetti. And Jada is on the 4, Zigzag. And we are almost ready to get these zebras loaded into that starting gate. You can feel the excitement building here at the racetrack as these zebras look poised to do their thing. Don't forget, this is our final race day for the next 9 days, although we do have a wonderful rodeo coming to Canterbury next week. Head to CanterburyPark.com for all the details. It is a full list of rodeo activities. It's going to be a big party here in Shakopee, and we'd love to have you come back for the rodeo. We're back in 10 days with the second half of the Canterbury season, but right now we're excited to see how these zebras are going to get it on here at 100 yards. They go to the gate right now. We had some ostrich issues in the gate. I don't think we'll have the same scenario here with the zebras. And you can see once again the starting gate has them staggered. Post 3, post 5, post 7, and post 9 are being used. Marty will be the zebra to the inside on the far side of the racetrack. Barcode will be second from the rail. Zebretti Spaghetti will be third, and Zigzag closest to the grandstand. Get your bets in now. Getting those jockeys on, getting ready to load them up and let them rip. Here they come. Okay, zebras are moving in. We're getting close, kids. That's Zigzag with Jada, who's been moved in. Zigzag into the gate. Next will be Zebretti Spaghetti, waiting for Girard. So the outside 2 zebras have loaded nicely. Looks like Barcode and Marty are getting set for their inside 2 spots. Here comes Barcode. Barcode moving in. And that's a good look at Marty right behind the gate there. Beautiful looking zebra. Marty's not totally sure about going to the gate yet. He's thinking about it. Swooshing that tail. Now he feels pretty good about it. He's trusting those handlers, and Marty's going to move in. We're almost ready for a race. And good luck with those side bets. Zebra racing on Extreme Day 2024. Emma gets aboard. We're ready for a race. They're in the gate. We had the pilot off of the 4 Zigzag. Pilot off of the 4, getting that pilot back assembled. Now we're ready. Zebra race, take 2. You can see the official starter there in the cowboy hat, making sure everything is just the way it's supposed to be. A little tension here now in the air. Some last second nerves, and we've got a Zigzag sitting down now, just outside post and gate 4. Zigzag having a seat. Listen, we'd all love to sit down on the job once in a while. It's okay. Yeah, he's back up. They opened the gate, and Zigzag got right back up. Let's hope Zigzag can figure out the start. It's going to be critical. It's just 100 yards to that finish line. We're close now. Watch that cowboy hat. And there go the zebras. Marty broke like a shot. And no, oh no, Emma's down. Marty did the thing with the thing. All right, Zabretti Spaghetti. Oh, no, I don't want any part of this. No. No mas. Here comes Zabretti Spaghetti. Here comes Barcode. Outside is Zigzag. They charge down to the stretch. Barcode, Zabretti Spaghetti. Barcode. Barcode got the money. We stopped mid-stretch to see what the announcer had to say. No mas. And Emma, halfway home, got pitched. Right into the dirt goes Emma. That was fun. Give it up for the Zebras. They did an awesome job here of entertaining us and doing all kinds of fun things. It looked like Barcode got there. We will wait for that patented replay. There you see Barcode on the screen. What fun that was. Oh, my. And you see the traffic there. Now we got to reassemble and get these Zebras focused in on the finish line. They thought there was maybe a stop for a little snack here halfway home, but then they got right back on track. That's the Zabretti Spaghetti, but look at the white cap. Look at Barcode charge late. Goes to the inside. Look at that tactical move. Scraping paint. Look at this. Right up the rail. Brilliant ride. Oh, my. Zebras will come to the winner's circle if you want to get your cameras out and get some cool pictures of these zebras. You won't find them anywhere else in the state of Minnesota. Zebras in the winner's circle. Come on down.
All right, let's move on to the 8th race. This is the Sunday penultimate. And parents, don't forget, after race 9, about 10 minutes after the final live race, we bring the kids onto the racetrack for a couple of races at about 40, 50 yards in distance. The first is for those 7 years of age and younger, and the next for those 8 and older. So that's about 10 minutes after race number 9. Here, race number 8 is about 10 minutes from now. Scratch number 7, Braggadocious. And jockey Fausto da Silva is trying to win his 3rd race on the card. He handles number 6, Gypsy Chief. This turf race, how did you analyze it? What do you think about it?
I didn't see a whole bunch of speed on paper, and I don't know what you saw when you looked at this, but Gypsy Chief last time around, the one with De Silva aboard and the one that Kevin and I selected, led a field a good part of the way, but was pushed enough along by some high-priced horses that pushed him through some fractions that might have been too quick for the day. I think he can slow it down today. I know that probably further evidence will show a little bit more speed, and maybe some of these horses that are stretching out in distance, a War Rascal who's shown speed in the past could go push him along. But either way, I think that race last time around sets him up really nice because he was coming off a 4-furlong dirt sprint down at Fawner. Today should be his day. I mean, prior to that, he had been running in France and at Gulfstream Park. He had been facing a whole different type of horse, but he'd been showing speed throughout, and I think that's going to be key in this group.
All right, Miss Angela Herman, let's handicap it at 4.5 to 1. Shotgun Runner, your thoughts?
Shotgun Runner is going to make his first start at Canterbury. A couple of starts down in Indiana started off his year. I'm a little surprised that he's 9 to 2, but last time around he did close in. He had some pace to run down, but it really wasn't quick at all. Shotgun Runner did his best. They're going to put blinkers on him today. Would not be surprised to see him a lot closer, both early and late. And Pena will be in the saddle on this one. Shotgun Runner on the inside, I would expect to go down in price, but he is going to be one of the ones to hold off in the lane.
And on TV monitors now, Deposit Insurance. What about that one?
Deposit Insurance is making his second start around 2 turns. The first one he didn't make up too much ground. Outlaw Run won that day at a big number, and the problem is a lot of the members of this field were also in that group. Deposit Insurance had run well prior to that going shorter. Maybe they were looking for some sort of turf sprint. They tried to do that on June 16th, and they just couldn't get a race. That's where I'm going to probably take a little more interest in him down the road.
War Rascal with the leading man, 5 to 1.
War Rascal had shown speed on the dirt. That was at Prairie Meadows and Will Rogers, and last time didn't break that well. He was on the rail and got shuffled back pretty badly to the back of the field. War Rascal prefers to be a little bit more close to the pace, and he was riled up in the paddock last time around. He is on his toes today, but seems to be a little better behaved.
Sing for Your Suppers, number 4. That one's 15 to 1. At 2 to 1, Super Hot Connections. Serafin Carmona rides for Mac Robertson and Mr. Joe Novogratz. Further Evidence is number 5.
Further Evidence, Damsel was all turf, that being Fly Girl. She's a half to a horse named Barry Good, who won for Mac Robertson in the past and did so on the turf. Nice. This one ran 4th last time around in the aforementioned Outlaw Run race. He was a little bit further behind Gypsy Chief. I would not be surprised to see him be closer today. This will be his 3rd start of the year, but his 3rd start is off a long layoff too. He should be better for it.
Gypsy Chief, the rider's looking for 3, as we mentioned earlier. The trainer won the final race last night, scratch number 7. And then number 8, Piercy. Piercy rode Eddie G for Brucey. What do you think about that one?
Well, he was far behind early in that June 16th race. He worked his way up the rail, got close by the turn, waited for the rail to open, and it never did. So he had to switch off and move to the outside. Kind of got tired around the 8th pole or so, but he still ran a good close that day and has good 2-turn form in the past on the dirt. If he can take to the turf, he is a player in here, and he's at a good price at 9 to 1.
Rachel Reekin wore her best dress, and when she does that, the Reekin barn wins at about 62% of the time. Remember that. And Jetstream is number 9, Roman for Stacy Rushton. They're heading out to the track and then to the firm turf course for the 8th. It's our penultimate, and it begins Dr. Dan's late double. It is now race time. Into the gate for the 8th on this steamy Sunday in Shakopee. The 8th is courtesy of Continental Diamond and ContinentalDiamond.com. We also thank JTR Roofing for spring-summer sponsorship. They're in the gate. And they're racing. Wonderful beginning. Shotgun Runner came out okay, but now Gypsy Chief is a fast Brit, and at even money, Gypsy Chief and the Hot Jock grab the lead. Deposit Insurance takes up the running in second. After that, we have War Rascal, 3 wide of that Pace Brigade. And Saving Ground is Shotgun Runner about 4 lengths from it. Field's becoming well strung out. Gypsy Chief picking up the tempo, opening up by nearly 3. Then it's Further Evidence, 5th and 8 out of it. And about 4 clear from Piercy Road, covering up Sing for Your Supper, second last. And then last is Jetstream. Up the barn side they go Sunday at CBY. Gypsy Chief does it quickly, but does it stylishly and does it with a 4-length lead. Deposit Insurance is next. Then it's Shotgun Runner creeping up on the inside. War Rascal been 3 or 4 wide every step of the way. Behind that, Further Evidence, 8 lengths from it, about the same distance clear from the 8 Piercy Road. Then it is Jetstream way back in last. Sing for Your Supper. And they're chasing Gypsy Chief. And Gypsy Chief is whipping up some early speed voodoo as they head for home. Gypsy Chief leads it by 2.5. War Rascal attempting to attack to the outside. Shotgun Runner between them. Then it's Further Evidence finishing quickly to the outside. Gypsy Chief desperately trying to hold on. Here's War Rascal to cause a ruckus. It's a calamity, and War Rascal wins. Number 3, War Rascal. First. 3-6-5-1 in 135.83. And all of that is unofficial. Race 8 has gone official. The pick 3 on races 6, 7, and 8 paid $598. Race number 9 is our final live race today, and we are on the John Deere Dirt. Scratch number 3, Mighty Gin Gin. To the winner's circle, War Rascal. That's 2 for Lou. 2 for Luis Fuentes. The winning owner, Jerry Thomas Grieve. And the winning trainer, Ty Garrett. Racing. Wonderful beginning. Shotgun Runner came out okay, but now Gypsy Chief is a fast Brit, and at even money, Gypsy Chief and the Hot Jock grab the lead. Deposit Insurance takes up the running in second. After that, we have War Rascal, 3 wide of that Pace Brigade. And saving ground is Shotgun Runner, about 4 lengths from it. Field's becoming well strung out. Gypsy Chief picking up the tempo, opening up by nearly 3. Then it's Further Evidence, 5th and 8 out of it. And about 4 clear from Piercy Road, covering up Sing for Your Supper, second last. And then last is Jetstream. Up the barn side they go Sunday at CBY. Gypsy Chief does it quickly, but does it stylishly and does it with a 4-length lead. Deposit Insurance is next. Then it's Shotgun Runner creeping up on the inside. War Rascal been 3 or 4 wide every step of the way. Behind that, Further Evidence, 8 lengths from it, about the same distance clear from the 8 Piercy Road. Then it is Jetstream way back in last. Sing for Your Supper. And they're chasing Gypsy Chief. And Gypsy Chief is whipping up some early speed voodoo as they head for home. Gypsy Chief leads it by 2.5. War Rascal attempting to attack to the outside. Shotgun Runner between them. Then it's Further Evidence finishing quickly to the outside. Gypsy Chief desperately trying to hold on. Here's War Rascal to cause a ruckus. It's a calamity. And War Rascal wins.
Angela Herman and Kevin Gore getting ready to take you through the 9th race. Really appreciate everybody sticking with us here throughout this beautiful Sunday in Shakopee. Rodeo break comes up. We're heading to Saratoga. We can't wait for that, but we're going to have to leave you with some live racehorses. And Ange, can't wait to take in that cool racetrack out east. Can't wait to see what Shakopee does, specifically here at Canterbury Park for the rodeo. It's going to be pretty cool.
A new event. It's going to be exciting. If you haven't checked out Rodeo Live, now's your opportunity. Just come and get those tickets at CanterburyPark.com and check out all the events, because over those couple of days, there's going to be a lot of action packed into a pretty short period of time. So if you want to see one in particular, you'll really have to time it right. Otherwise, get those tickets and get here early, because those are going to be action-packed days, and we're going to take a break from the thoroughbreds. It's going to be a whole new course of animals, just like today for the rodeo, and that's an exciting new addition to the Canterbury calendar. We will be out east. Hopefully, if any of you plan to be out there next weekend, come say hello, and we'll be back. We'll be back after that. It's going to be a nice little break in the schedule, and hopefully some full fields when we return.
I just got word that one of our esteemed handicappers on the board, when we get to our picks at the end of the procession here, T-Pop is going to be a part of the Saratoga procession. T-Pop will be at Saratoga Springs. Want to wish her a happy birthday and good luck out there. And let's wish you good luck, and let's handicap. We've got a carryover possibility. As you can see, under 20 tickets available in that pick 5. And if the 5 wins here, we get a carryover into our next race date, which won't come for another 10 days. But let's handicap this race one by one. And quirky would be the word I would use to describe Amaretto D'Amore from the inside. She hasn't been good lately, but I'll say this. If she gets back to her A game, she can absolutely win.
And she could show the speed to ensure that anybody else who wants to go out there and get comfortable on the lead does not. And that's a big X factor with Amaretto D'Amore, because you can't go, tap her on the shoulder and ask her if she feels like running that day. She just runs, and that's what she did on April 25th. But the subsequent 2 races against tougher company have not been representative of that effort. Usually she does show speed when she's going to run well, so you'll know a few strides out of the gate. If you back Amaretto D'Amore, what you're going to get with her. Usually she is in amongst the pace when she feels like it.
I've got Brewhouse on top. I'm going to go with the hot barn. Mac Robertson's barn, awesome yesterday. Did it again today at a price. And I love the workout pattern coming in. Couple of sharp works. Didn't look great back in May. In fact, really didn't pick up her feet against Birdie Be Gone, who's a really, really nice horse. This is a good landing spot for Brewhouse. And I think, they're kind of wiping the slate clean, going back to the drawing board and trying to build this horse back up. Let's not forget, she's a stakes winner. She won the Francis Genter here back in July of 2022. She'll need to rebound, second off the layoff with those workouts. I'm going to trust Mac Robertson on Brewhouse. Let's get to the 4 Celtics Wildcat, because we've both had this horse on top. We both tried to beat this horse throughout the win streak. 4 in a row, 3 at Canterbury, owns the front. What do you do today?
I did try to beat her just because she lands to the inside of Ghost of Genevieve, and she's to the outside of Brewhouse and Amaretto D'Amore, who both, if they bring their customary speed, will test her early. And even though Celtics Wildcat hasn't done anything wrong, especially through our meet, it's just eventually she's going to meet somebody who's tough enough to go and lock horns with her on the front end. If today's not that day, today's not that day. But it looked like there were some speed types in here that could keep going with her early, and that seems to be maybe just the one chink in her armor if she has to duel for it hard.
Now, the 5, Chama, is in from Fargo. Fargo shippers don't always, I think, match up well in Shakopee. But let's not forget, we've seen 6 different 5 horses prevail today. It's been an unbelievable statistical, crazy fact, and this horse is wearing the 5 and is a carryover. So I don't have much else to say. The horse comes off a win, been off for almost a full year. I like the workouts for Nancy Sheehan. The blinkers go on, but it would be a big-time surprise. Free Brittany. And when I handicapped this race 4 or 5 days ago, I was fascinated to look at this horse. She's 3 for 4 at Canterbury. She's faced tougher competition. She did not pick up her feet in Iowa back in the middle of June.
And in any of her first 3 starts for the Martinez barn, she has not shown the same speed nor the same finish, but she has been pitched a little high. She's been against Stakes Company and then some more expensive claimers than these. But Free Brittany was also facing those kinds of types prior to the claim when she was here, and she was doing quite well. Maybe she just wants to be back at this track. Maybe she wants to be closer to the front. She's another one. You can't ask her when she feels like throwing in one of those big efforts. She and Amaretto D'Amore represented the same sort of thing to me. That's a bit of risk, but speed that comes along with them, so I had to look another direction, even though I know the ability's in there.
Ghost of Genevieve is your top pick. You get the hot jockey, Da Silva aboard, and he's very patient. I think this could be a press and pounce type of trip right behind the 4.
And I thought that maybe he could just go out there and be the speed of the speed. That was my hope. 6 is the problem when it comes to that. If she can go all the way on the front end going 6, it'll be a big step forward because lately she's been going a little bit shorter and doing better. But I just thought maybe she'd be the speed of the speed and could cancel the rest of them out.
Do not sleep on the 8. There is a ton of speed in this race. 4, 6, 7, even the 1 and 2 because of their post might show some speed. The 8's going to come charging late. I'm not going to worry about being eased last time. That was turf. They're back on the dirt. I've seen this movie before with Kelsey Haar. Closed circuit to Johnny the Mouse Mickelson. Don't get shut out. Fans, thank you again for being a part of this wonderful Extreme Day at Canterbury. Enjoy the rodeo next weekend. Make sure to get your tickets at CanterburyPark.com. For Angela Herman, I'm Kevin Gorg. We can't wait to see you in about 10 days right back here at the park.
The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Into the gate for race number 9. Into the gate now for the 9th. Celtics Wildcat trying to extend a winning streak, 2-1 in favor. And hold all tickets, all right? Celtics Wildcat leading it by 3. Lady Astrid to the outside at 3-1. Then we come to Brew House, and behind them is Free Brittany. That one's still in 4th, like, oops, I did it again. Up goes Lady Astrid, striding away from Moosey, and doing so at 3-1, and doing so very, very comfortably. Lady Astrid prevails. Celtics Wildcat is giving up second. Second goes to Free Brittany, and Celtics Wildcat third. Number 2, Brew House was claimed. The new trainer, Jose Silva Jr., the new owner, Johnny Taboada. General Steward's inquiry into the scenario involving number 7, Ghost of Genevieve. Jockey Fausto da Silva did pop up okay from jumping off the horse when the mare was going to miss, so that's good news. He reportedly walked away. In the winner's circle, Lady Astrid, ridden by Kelsey Haar, the winning owner and trainer, Robert Klein. Ninth race, now official. Pick 5 paid $9,006. All right, once the horses pass here, we are going to bring the kids on the track for a couple of races. Stand by. Take place within 5 minutes. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Ghost of Genevieve and Fausto da Silva out of the gate fast. Likewise for Celtic's Wildcat. The riders trying to win 3. The horse trying to extend a winning streak to 5. Lady Astrid is 8 lengths out of it already. Then it's Brew House. That's the 2 advancing to the inside. After that, we have Free Brittany. Q is saying, give me more, about 10 lengths from the lead. And now number 7, Ghost of Genevieve, just has been pulled out of the race. Number 7 has been pulled out of the race, and there will be a general steward's inquiry into race 9, so hold all tickets, all right? Celtic's Wildcat leading it by 3. Lady Astrid to the outside at 3-1. Then we come to Brew House, and behind them is Free Brittany. That one's still in 4th, like, oops, I did it again. Up goes Lady Astrid, striding away from Moosey, and doing so at 3-1, and doing so very, very comfortably. Lady Astrid prevails. Celtic's Wildcat is giving up 2nd. 2nd goes to Free Brittany, and Celtic's Wildcat 3rd. All righty, boys and girls, here come the 7 and under group led by the Fields kid. Oh no, we got a good one out there. 7 years of age and younger. Head on out, all you moosies. Come on out here. Go all the way to the inside, little brother. Don't mess up those nice shoes. 7 years of age and younger. Yep, go all the way to the inside. We got plenty of room. 7 years of age and younger. And we do this each and every Sunday. Burn off some energy before you take these wacky kids home. Parents are welcome on the track, by the way. That includes Nick Goodwin. Parents welcome on the track, videotape, take pictures. Valentina.
Gonna be tough there, girl.
All right, get on in there. Yeah. Oh, we got some late entrants over here. Oh, we got some sneaky late entrants over here. 7 years of age and younger. Okay, let's close the gate. Ready, go! And the little boys and girls come flying out of the gate. The Goodwin kid, per usual, fast. And he turns with the lead. Being chased down by Billy Jude, Johnny, Christy, Susie, Tamika, and Antoine. But the Goodwin kid has prevailed. Come on, little buddy. You can do it. There you go. Keep running, buddy. Go fast. There you go. Yes. Nice job. Oh! All right, time for y'all to depart the track. Valentina can stay wherever she wants. It's her racetrack. She owns it. All right, now those 8 years of age and older, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Mouse is Right. Hey, kids, head all the way to the inside, okay? So you got plenty of room here. All right, anybody who wants to bump the big Goodwin kid right when we start, that's fine. Okay, you guys can keep going all the way to the inside. The key word you're listening for here is G-O. Okay? The key word is G-O. You guys know what that word is? You're big boys and girls. Ready? Vámonos. Just kidding. Ready? Go! Lacey popped out, and so did the Goodwin kid, and the race is on. Lacey, the Goodwin kid, Billy Christie, Johnny Moosey, and they hit the wire together. And the Goodwin kid won the boys edition, and Lacey Klein won the girls version. Great job, everybody. Long-legged Lacey gave her best, but her best was second best. God bless all you guys. Thank you very much for supporting Canterbury. Love all of you. Love all of the fist bumps. Kelsey, say goodbye.
Bye.
What kids want to say goodbye before the meddler turns off the mic?
Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye. Bye.